all got quiet very fast there. All right, welcome everyone. Good morning, and let's kick off the council meeting of Tuesday, January the 23rd, 2024. Now, this meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Is everyone here? Okay, if a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. Team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency, we'd like to, where we have to evacuate the building, we'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There's 4 on the sides here. If you go through those glass doors, there's 2 more, and you take a left by the pillar. If we need to do that, please walk, don't run. Don't use the elevator either. Probably a bad idea. I'd also like to highlight that we do have a defibrillator at the end of the hallway here. So if you smell toast, let us know and we will get to you. I do want to acknowledge that we are hosting today's meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love that they and the care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. So if we do that, you know what? We're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love, compassion, and prosperity for everyone, and going well beyond 7 generations out. I also want to acknowledge our amazing team. People, our team members that work throughout the city, being ACCS or engineering or the fire department or the police department, or the engineers, just to name a few. But I'm going to give a special shout out to everyone in finance today. I think it's relevant when it comes to the Mayor's Budget Task Force. We've been able to see firsthand how hard our people work and how much they care about the city now and in the future. And I know I speak for council when I say we are so fortunate to have so many incredible people here. And so I just wanted to give you a shout out. That being said, Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry has a leave of absence for council business between 6 and 10 p.m. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Meisner also has a leave of absence for council business between 6 and 10 p.m. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so first order of business, we actually have a proclamation to recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day, excuse me. So today we solemnly gather to honor a day of profound historical significance, which is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This January the 27th marks the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And as an aside, I've had the opportunity to personally visit Auschwitz with my family. And if anyone ever gets an opportunity to do it, I would highly recommend you do it. You will see humanity at its worst. And you can't unsee this. And I think it's important that all of us actually see it so we can't unsee it and we remember what has happened, the terrible things that have happened, in the throughout history, and which continues. We're dealing with these issues today, and so and I'm glad that my 4 sons were able to, learn as well and see what happened there. Anyways, sorry, that was a bit of an aside. Now we pause to honor the memory of those lost in the Holocaust and to reflect on the resilience of the survivors. In partnership with the Jewish community here in Vancouver, we commit to keeping these stories alive, educating future generations, and advocating for a world free of hatred, and intolerance. And so I'd like to invite Peter Sudfeld, a Holocaust survivor, to accept the proclamation. As a hidden child in Hungary, Peter faced immense challenges, including losing his mother to Auschwitz. And let's call it what it is. She was murdered in Auschwitz. In 1972, Peter came to UBC as head of psychology and is now an sorry, I can't speak right now. Emeritus professor and dean. Among other honors, he was invested as an as an officer in the Order of Canada in 2019. We're going to go up there, and then now I'm going to invite all of our council members, my teammates, to join in proclaiming January the 27th, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Vancouver. Hello? So one thing we do is, although I'm the mayor of Vancouver, make no mistake about it, we're all team members here and we're all human beings. And so what I'd love to do is actually get my teammates to partake in reading parts of the proclamation as well. So why don't we start, Christine?
Whereas this year on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we commemorate the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau.
And whereas January 27th is designated by the United Nations General Assembly as International Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Since 2005, the UN and its member states have held commemoration ceremonies to mark the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, to honor the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust.
And whereas the purpose of International Holocaust Remembrance Day is to serve as a date of the official commemoration of the victims of the Nazi regime and to promote Holocaust education throughout the world.
And whereas we join with the Vancouver Holocaust Education Centre and all of our Jewish community on an annual day to commemorate and to honor the International Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the mayor of the city of Vancouver, on behalf of Vancouver City Council, in fact, the entire city of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim January the 27th, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of Vancouver. Do one of these and
Council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told I have 2 minutes for this talk. That's not. Now, 2 minutes is less than a minute for each of the 2 millennia during which Jews in many parts of the world have been hated and persecuted. Words like diaspora, ghetto, pogrom, and of course, genocide originally referred Jewish experiences. Holocaust, genocide that we mourn today, ended in 1945. The world then said, never again. That hope is now forlorn. In October 2023, Hamas committed a genocidal attack against Israel and threatened many more to come. Since then, the UN General Assembly, which created the State of Israel and International Holocaust Remembrance Day, voted 153 to 10 against Israel's actions intended to prevent those promised massacres. And governments, institutions, mobs, and individuals have blamed, attacked, and penalized not the murderers or their sponsors, but Israel and Jews throughout the world. We live in a community that has been relatively free of such vicious absurdity. Our government, our neighbors, colleagues, and friends have not joined the flood of anti-Semitism that has marked so many places, even in Canada. This proclamation is an expression of actual true belief and commitment, not merely hypocritical slogans. It is what Jews everywhere should have the right to expect. Here, we do expect it, and we're getting it. Thank you. Now, volume.
I don't know. What am I gonna do? No, I do want to say that it is not lost on us as a community, the support that everybody around this table has given to us over these challenging months. And calling members of the community and checking in and showing that we can love each other through these moments. And on days like this, in moments like this, where we mark the Holocaust and we mark the impact. Come. You come back up. Yeah, I want you right here. I want to hear volume 2. When we mark the impacts of the Holocaust, it's important for us to understand that the battle against hate and intolerance is not a static exercise. It is a dynamic journey that we all have to be on together. And I am very proud to lead this Jewish Federation in a city in which we are committed to that moment, to that opportunity to make things better for each other and to create peace and security, not just here, but around the world, for all citizens of the world. I want to say how much of a privilege it is, and let us mark this, to still have survivors with us. We must, no, this is not something that I, take for granted. We must remember these moments together when we can be together. And finally, I just want to thank the Vancouver Holocaust Education Center. Friends, if you haven't been there, stop by. It's in the Jewish Community Center. Many of, I believe everybody around here has stopped by at one time or another. This is a center that is reaching 25,000 young people a year and teaching them about the lessons of the Holocaust, not as a historical piece, but as a learning module for how we can act towards one another in a society moving forward. I cherish them. We cherish them as a community, and we should cherish them as a city and a province. And in a year in which Holocaust education has been mandated in grade 10, thanks to the hard work of our provincial government and survivors, we have a lot to be proud of on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, but we also have a lot to be committed to as we move forward. I thank our mayor, I thank our council for all of their support, their love. I thank our leadership for coming forward. And I say, may next year be a year of furthering of peace and the opportunity for love to win above hate. Thank you so much. You want
Thanks. All right, so we'll get back to the business of council. So the plan for today, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent. 1 presentation, 4 reports and 5 referral reports, 13 bylaws, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. And if we recess, the reconvene date is Tuesday, January 30th at 3 p.m. In camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Boyle, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Oh, is that a surprise? No, I don't think so. Minutes 1 are from the special council in camera meeting on December the 5th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes number 2 are from the Auditor General Committee meeting on December the 7th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? So moved. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting on December the 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections? All right, so moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, motion carries. Minutes 4 from the public hearing on December the 12th, 2023. Are there any corrections? Councillor Meisner, would you like to move? Awesome. Councillor Dominato, you beat Montague to the thing there. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on December the 13th, 2023. Are there any corrections? No. Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Motion carries unanimously as well. Minute 6 are from the public hearing on December the 14th, 2023. Are there any corrections? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Awesome. Carried unanimously. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 2, 3, and 4, and referral reports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 2, 3, 4, and referral reports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? Okay. Before we get there, does anybody wish to declare a conflict? Oh, great. Okay. So we have reports, hold on a sec, 2, 3, and 4, and referral reports 1 through 5 for the consent approval. So who moved adoption? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Report number 2, grant to BC Housing to support lease continuation of temporary shelter at 15 through 27 West Hastings, Bud Osborne Shelter. Report number 3, 2024 cultural grants projects advance multi-year. Report number 4, Auditor General Committee recommendations transmittal report. Referral report number 1, CD-1 rezoning, 1002 to 1052 Seymour Street and 550 Nelson Street. Number 2, rezoning 2726 through 2734 West 16th Avenue. Number 3, CD-1 rezoning 2928 to 2930 Renfrew Street. Referral report number 4, CD-1 rezonings 5392 through 5472 Manson Street and 5250 to 5270 Ash Street and 595 West 37th Avenue. And referral report number 5, CD-1 rezoning 6095 Fraser Street. Now, presentations. We have one presentation today, the 2024 assessment role presentation by BC Assessment Authority. Michael Law and Sharon Lawley, both from BC Assessment, are here to present. Oh, yep, here we go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just take 1 moment to do a quick introduction. Once a year, as you know, BC Assessment comes to council. Comes to council to present the assessment role. So we have that role now for 2024. They will share that information with you. And I just want to recognize that BC Assessment is a really excellent partner to the city. The assessment role is key in so many of our property tax related activities, whether it's the new DPRP, averaging, so many things that we rely on their support for. So I really appreciate them being here and all their support to the city. And yes, Michael and Sharon will present, and then we also have Director Edward Shum with us today for questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Law, Deputy Assessor with BC Assessment. Beside me, I have Sharon Lawley, also Deputy Assessor with BC Assessment. And again, in attendance, Edward Shum, Director of Industrial, Commercial, and Investment Properties. Thank you for having us again this year. It's always a great opportunity to come and present the assessment roles to City Council and also the City of Vancouver. So today, I'll quickly go over the topics we'll be covering in our presentation. So again, we'll give a quick overview of what BC Assessment does, how we value and classify property, our key dates and key steps and processes within our assessment cycle, and then the relationship between assessments and taxes. After that, we'll cover the 2024 assessment role overview, the appeal process, and the 2023 appeals for the City of Vancouver properties, and also a slide on the collaboration with the City of Vancouver and BC Assessment. So for the first part of this presentation, I will send it over to Sharon.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to begin just by talking about our service commitment to our customers. Obviously, local government is one of our customers. So BC Assessment has a commitment to be open and transparent, fair and accurate, timely and accessible, knowledgeable and respectful, and innovative and collaborative for all our clients. So being open and transparent refers to explaining the process and information used to value your property in clear and simple terms. We use a lot of acronyms at BCA. We try not to do that when we're talking to our clients because it can get confusing fairly quickly. The other thing that we do is we make information available to you to determine whether your property value is fair and accurate. So you can find that information on our website. You can contact us meet with our local DAs and have those conversations. Again, we're timely and accessible, so actively seeking ways for you to easily access information and interact with us, coming back to that piece there, and knowledgeable and respectful. So our goal is to always answer your questions and support your issues in a knowledgeable and professional manner. Mike, you've probably dealt with in the past, and myself as well. And be innovative and collaborative. So what that means is collaborate with you to help us create innovative products and services that meet your changing needs. Slide. So our purpose as an organization is to support communities through independent excellence in property assessments. We base our values, there are four core values that govern our organization. They are that we are here for each other, including local government. We own our experience, we are one team, and we are dedicated learners. And that's how we as an organization will thrive and continue to support local government and local communities. So we've been doing this for, BC Assessment's been in, this is actually our 50th year of service to British Columbians. So we were actually established in 1974 under the Assessment Authority Act. So prior to BC Assessment coming into assess all of British Columbia, assessments were done at the local government level by various municipalities. There was inequities in how they were done. Different valuation methods were being used. There's inconsistency. It's tough to defend tough to defend values because one municipality might do their assessments one way, another one a different way. You might get completely different values in two jurisdictions. So in 1973, a provincial government committee got together and kind of reviewed the assessment function in British Columbia. At that time, there were about 140 different assessment methods being used and local governments applying their own ways. From that committee, BC Assessment was born, and we were legislated into being in 1974. So we are a provincial crown corporation, and we do operate independent of taxing function and politics. Our goal is to provide uniform and fair property assessments to BC property owners. So for example, in 1974, when we set our first assessment roll, we assessed about 879,000 properties in the province. Fast forwarding to 50 years later, we are now at 2.184 million properties across the province. Is my speed okay, or? Okay, thanks.
Awesome.
Okay, so our governance structure. So BC Assessment does have a board of directors appointed by the provincial government. So it's the lieutenant governor that appoints our board. And we also have a president and CEO, which is appointed by the board of directors. We have about 640 employees throughout the organization and 13 offices across 5 different regions. So our product, so what do? We create the assessment roll. What does that mean? So it's basically an annual list of property values that provide a stable and predictable tax base for local municipalities. It represents about 2.16 million properties, or roughly $2.72 trillion in tax revenue to local governments. $2.72 trillion in assessed value. It identifies ownership, we value different properties, we classify, and we also place exemptions on properties as well. It basically provides a stable base for local governments and taxing authorities to raise billions of dollars annually in property taxes for schools and important local services. So for example, I believe last year's assessment roll, we raised roughly about $8 billion in tax revenue across the province for local government. So that's what the work that we contribute to. And so how we value different properties, so we are legislated to establish market value as of July 1st annually, so we are on an annual cycle. which means your property values will change every year depending on what's happening with the market. We base that value on what the physical condition of the property is as of October 31st. So again, market value as of July 1st, physical condition and use as of October 31st. Factors that we consider include the present use, the location, replacement costs, revenue or any rental revenue, so the income generating potential of the property, selling price of land and improvements, comparable land and improvements, and economic and functional obsolescence. Some of the other factors that we also consider are other physical factors such as size, age, and quality of the buildings or the improvements on the site, as well as the location, the availability of services, and the shape and topography of the land. There are legislated properties as well, which have regulated values. These are stuff like railways and sorry about that, electrical generation plants, telecommunications transmitters, as well as pipelines. So there are various factors that can affect market value. So kind of the 5 key ones that I'll quickly go over today are location, land use controls, land characteristics, building characteristics, and income potential. So the location refers to, which city is it in? That's a factor that a lot of people consider when they're making buying decisions. Location matters. I think that's like the first principle of real estate investment is location, location, location. Land use controls, so things like community plans and zoning bylaws and densities that you can attain, as well as what the goals are in those particular neighborhood plans. Land characteristics, so whether a site has a slope or it requires site preparation, or if it needs, other issues with soil or whatnot, so challenges with sites. We also look at building characteristics, so, the number of stories, the ceiling height if it's a warehouse, or the number of office, the number of stories in an office tower. We also look at the income potential. So what kind of rent does that property earn? What kind of vacancy and expenses are there in the market for that property type, as well as the capitalization rate, over the overall capitalization rate that the property can earn. So those are all some of the factors that we look at when we're determining the market value for properties throughout British Columbia. The other key concept within assessment, and I'll try to go through this one a little bit slower, it's the highest and best use. So highest and best use basically refers to it's the most reasonable and probable use of property that is physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible, and maximally productive. So all 4 of these uses in conjunction will determine what the highest and best uses of the site. So physically possible means what can you actually do with the piece of land? What can you build on there? What's allowed? What does that actual site itself allow? Legally permissible, so what does the zoning bylaw allow? What does the OCP allow? What's the density that's permitted based on land use controls? So financially feasible means, after developing a site, is it still earn a profit? And then maximally productive refers to, well, if there's multiple uses that can earn you a positive return, which one earns like a highest return or the highest value overall once developed, and that's usually going to be your highest and best use. So think of like transit-oriented sites that usually generally have higher density. They're going to be the highest and best use is probably something with higher density. Land use the next slide is just about how land use affects market value. So it's actually a very significant component of impacting market value. What we decide to do with the land, how we develop our communities, and with official community plans and zoning bylaws. So local government has a great role to play in that. Local government gets to decide what they want in the official community plan, as well as zoning bylaws to kind of direct that for the long-term growth of communities. Rezoning comes into play, as well as redevelopment. So these are how new plans may be supported from going from one type of land use plan to a different one, as well as market demand. So what is the market looking for in that municipality or in that particular area or that neighborhood or that location? And then assessments. So we come into play in terms of once all those factors come together and we see what the market evidence is, BC assessment comes into play by putting a market value on that property as of July 1st of every year. That's kind of how those factors interact. And then the next piece is about how we classify properties. So we've determined market value and the various variables that can impact market value. But properties are classified differently depending on how they're used. And this is where the mill rates come into play that local government applies. So there are 9 property taxes. These are legislated. There's a regulation called the Prescribed Properties Classification Regulation that governs all 9 classes. The first one is residential, so Class 1. Class 2 is utilities. Class 3 is supportive housing. Class 4 is major industry. And then Class 5 is light industrial. Class 6 is business or other, and Class 7 is managed forest land. Class 8 is recreational and nonprofit, and the recreational piece is very specific of which uses are allowed under there. And Class 9 is farmland. So those are the 9 classes. Next, I'll get into the assessment cycle and key dates. So the nice thing about being on an annual cycle, you generally know what the goals are for each quarter. So right now we're in our inquiry period, and that runs from January 1st to January 31st. So, property owners get their assessments in the mail, or if you go online to assessment search on BC Assessment's website, they're actually available December 31st of every year. So at the end of last year, they were actually available. It gives people the opportunity to call in, talk to our appraisers, and talk to our staff and determine how their assessed values was calculated and answer any questions that they might have. So that period runs until January 31st, so coming to a close fairly soon. There is a January 31st deadline to appeal to PARP. So if you're not happy with your assessment, you can appeal to the Property Assessment Review Panel, and it usually sits from February 1st to March 15th. So about 6 weeks. PARP hearings occur. Again, property owners can still call us and talk to us at that time if they still want to discuss their assessments. And usually the last 2 weeks of March are when you get the revised roll. So that's when local government sees the revised roll come through, and that's where you'll see any changes that were happening through PARP end up on the revised roll. So very important. It's April 1st to September 30th. So the next 6 months, we're usually working through various assessment projects, including picking up inventory. So we actually do drive out and look at houses in new construction as it's being built, again, picking up permit data from local government, looking at market evidence, reviewing sales, quite a bit of work going on there, as well as working through Property Assessment Appeal Board appeals. So April 30th is a deadline to appeal to PAB, and usually the work revolving those appeals happens all throughout the year. And before you know it, July 1st is back on us again, and we have a July 1st valuation date. The last quarter of the year, which is October 1st to December 31st, we are focused on roll production. So that's when those assessment notices start getting created, where we are looking at all the market evidence that's come through for all the different asset classes that we oversee. We look at the different physical condition and permitted uses, as well as reflect ownership records as of on November 30th, and that's really when you see the crux of that work happening to have the assessment roll come out back in January again. And we do it all over every year. So that is what we do. And so the relationship between what we do and what local government does, it's based on this formula right here. So BC Assessment sets the assessed values, and the property tax rate is established by jurisdictions, local government, based on what their budgetary needs are in the spring. And that ends up being the property taxes payable that homeowners or property owners will pay to local government. All right. And just last slide for me before I pass it over to Mike. So kind of like the impact of changes in assessed value. So we get this question a lot from owners or representatives of property owners. Generally, if the property value changes lower than the average, I'm going to just kind of point out, this assumes that mill rates are stable. So that's what that's based on. So if your property value changes lower than average, your taxes will most likely decrease. Again, stable tax rate, mill rate. If it's similar to the average, taxes probably won't change. And if a person's property value changes higher than the average in that property class, there's a good chance their taxes will increase. And again, I just want to repeat that that's assuming a stable tax base and that their tax rate didn't change between the 2 years. So that's it for my portion. I will be handing it back to Mike to finish us off. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sharon. So now we'll be going into the 2024 assessment roll overview. Sharon touched on this. This is actually the provincial roll totals for this year. Just a quick slide. Sharon spoke about most of the numbers here, but I wanted to really highlight that BC Assessment assessed 2,184,692 properties or folios this year, which represents a 1% increase in the number of properties, but a 3% increase in value. There is an 18% increase in non-market change or new construction, which we'll get into in a few slides after this. And an important note as well is that out of the total assessment roll for the province, 88.5% were Class 1 residential. So as you move to Vancouver, this chart shows the total assessed value for the Vancouver roll from 2018 all the way to 2024. So for 2024, the total assessed roll for Vancouver was $528 billion. And the number of properties or folio counts was 220,157 properties. This 528 billion value represents a 0.65% increase over the previous year. A breakdown of this year's Vancouver 2024 assessment per property class. So as Sharon mentioned in her previous slide, there are different property classes based on the use of the property. 73.3% of the total Vancouver assessment roll is Class 1 residential. So again, that is single-family homes, condos, townhouses. The second largest class is Class 6, which is 21.2% of the total roll, which is business and other. It's important to note that for Class 1, the 73.3% is an increase of just under 1% from last year, whereas the Class 6 is a just under 1% decrease from the previous year. For the remainder of the classes, for the total roll, Class 8, Class 2, Class 5, and the remainders, relatively no change from the previous year on those ones. All right, so this slide really shows more the difference between what we call the total value and net taxable value for the City of Vancouver. So the total value is the total sum of all the assessment values for the city. The net taxable is the total value less exemptions from the City of Vancouver, which results in the next taxable. So the net taxable is $467,116 million, and that represents a slight increase over the previous year of approximately $400 million. All right, so for the 2024 completed assessment roll, I'm going to quickly go over the typical change for the two largest property classes, but divided into single-family homes, residential strata, and then commercial industrial. So residential single-family homes mostly changed from last year from -5% to 10%. Residential strata changed typically from -10% to +10%. And then commercial and industrial properties typically change from -10 to +10. The next slides go into a little bit deeper. So for example, this slide is residential single-family homes. More specifically, 90% of all single-family homes change between 0 and 10%. We can dig a little bit deeper in there. 70% of all single-family homes increase between 0 and 4%. There were a total of 81,594 folios or properties that were assessed for single-family dwellings. The next slide represents the strata. So again, condos, apartments, townhomes. Approximately 75%, so 75% of all strata residential properties change between -5 and +5% from the previous year. This represents 119,831 properties or folios. And then finally, the distribution of non-residential. So again, this encompasses commercial properties, industrial properties, and multifamily properties. Commercial properties typically, so 75% of all commercial properties within Vancouver change from -12 to +10%. With industrials, 75% of industrial properties changing between -12 and +20%, so quite a range. So I'll take a little bit more time on this slide. This is the 2024 non-market change and market change. And really what non-market change is the change in taxable assessed value that's triggered by changes to BC Assessment's property information and not related to market movement. And the reason why this is important is this signifies essentially a change in the tax base. So it is known through a lot of municipalities as growth, which is different than just market movement. Why this is important is because it really is a potential source of new revenue for the municipalities. So on the top chart, labeled with the headings property class change, change due to NMC, change due to market, and total change. The total change is really a combination of non-market change and the market separated. So for example, for residential single-family homes, the total change in value was 3.59%, but divided in that, so 2.99% of that was the market increasing versus 0.6% of non-market change, or essentially new construction. So as you go down the list between the different property types, most increased with the exception of business and or class 6, business and other, which decreased a total of 6.7%. The bottom left chart, which is top 5 NMC or non-market change neighborhood all classes, demonstrates which neighborhoods contributed to the most non-market change within the city of Vancouver for 2024. So Oak Ridge led the way at 4%, Marine Drive followed at 3.15%, and then Cedar Cottage, Hastings, and Cambie. On the bottom right, the top 5 neighborhoods for market movement. So this is just general, typical market movement. Arbutus Ridge and Mackenzie Heights led the way at 7.47%, followed by Renfrew Heights, South Vancouver, the Knight neighborhood, and Killarney. So appeal process, Sharon had touched on this previously with the dates, but I wanted to quickly go over again because the appeal process really is the major part on how we stabilize the tax roll, the tax base. So the appeal process, there's 2 different levels of appeals. Again, there's the Property Assessment Review Panel, which is the first level. Deadline is January 31st, and that happens between February 2nd and March 15th. And then the second level of appeal starts on April 30th. And the reason, again, why these appeal statistics are important is because this is really how we look at and measure roll stability. So on this chart shows from 2018 to 2023 the number of first level of appeals, so number of PARP public appeals after the roll year, followed by the number of PAB appeals, and then the breakdown for PAB appeals, so the second level of appeals between residential and non-residential. We don't have numbers for 2024, basically because we have not hit the deadline yet, so we don't have any numbers, but we will present that again next year. So for 2023, there were 3,445 PARP appeals or first level of appeals. Typically, we aim for under 2%. This represents a 1.56% number of the total folios or properties within Vancouver, so under the target. The next line is the number of PAB appeals, so again, the second level of appeals. And you can only move on to the second level if you've appealed to the first, which is 577. So if you look from 2018 to 2023, it's a significant decrease and trending downwards. So it's been the lowest since before 2018 at 577. This represents a 17% appeal rate from the first level, or from the total number of properties in Vancouver, 0.26%. And again, this is broken down. If you look at the difference between residential and non-residential, the appeals that go further to the second level heavily skew the non-residential properties. And then the last chart at the very bottom is the percentage change in value from the completed roll to revised roll, which is basically after the first level of appeal, so PARP, which is a negative 0.25% of change. Our target is typically 0.5%, so we're quite under that. If you add in the current PAB appeals that have gone on, and they are still going, but the ones that have been resolved, it moves the percent change to minus 0.31%, so still well below the 0.5% that we aim for to target for roll stability. So So moving on from the appeal statistics is our website. So BC Assessment really has made an effort to be more transparent and allow a lot more access to the information from even 5-10 years ago. We're constantly updating our website to allow the public to access information, to look at their own properties. I'm sure this website, a lot of people within the city of Vancouver and maybe yourselves have gone onto this website to check your assessed values. I think the second most popular is probably to check your neighbor's property as well, so which you can do. So the website, what's very popular within our website is you can actually log in and create an account, which is free, and from there you can look at a lot of different functionality. From sales of similar type properties to yours. There's market trends that we put up on the website. There's interactive maps that you can click on to see what are the neighborhood trends, what are the city trends. There's links to, we have quite an active YouTube channel with a lot of videos that explain the appeal process. We do recognize that it definitely can be a little difficult sometimes to follow how properties are assessed. And we have a lot of information, I guess, videos that we put on there. And again, excuse me, from our website, you can also appeal a property if you decide that you disagree with it, and also submit requests through that. So this is just an example, excuse me. This is an example, as I was talking about before, about our interactive property trends map. So this is within our website. You can click on a neighborhood, and it'll pull up a lot of information with regards to how that neighborhood moved, market movement with different types of property, and you can get a sense of what properties within your neighborhood are changing. This is the last slide I have, and it's collaborating to achieve our mandate. So Sharon spoke about it as well, but we really like to thank all the municipalities, especially the municipality or City of Vancouver, for all the work that we do together. So we're able to, deliver our mandate and scope by working with the city, and it's by sharing the information and working together, we definitely are able to achieve our mandate of ensuring that all property assessments are fair and equitable, that we maintain, again, stable and predictable assessment rules for the municipalities. We optimize property tax revenue levied, and we also increase citizens' awareness of property and assessments and taxation. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. Time for questions.
Thank you very much, Michael and Sharon. Yes, you do have questions. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Michael and Sharon, for the presentation. I'm curious to learn more what you're doing to prepare for the upcoming, you touched on it, but the provincial transit-oriented development legislation, and what you're doing to prepare, and then how you anticipate that may impact the value of ICI properties.
Okay. Well, first, we, as I said before, we really we do work closely with municipalities. So we definitely will be, speaking with different departments to see what our changes possibly and impacts within different municipalities. One thing about, what we do is we are typically more a reporting. So, we will look at all the information and foresee and look at, maybe changes in plans and land use. But at the end of the day, when we report on July 1st of the previous year. So it's more reporting on after these changes, what has happened to values. So,
okay. Yeah. So I'm thinking of when that legislation is going to be enacted, I believe is around the same time.
Yeah.
So could there potentially be a delay in those values next year? Or those sites that could be impacted by that TOD legislation?
So typically for us, so we don't delay our assessed values or time, but you would see that in the market. So if there's a delay between the timing, say for example, of July 1st, which is our valuation date, and implementation of set policies, what you'll see is that you won't see it on, for example, next year's roll, but you will see it if there is a large impact on the following roll.
So potentially we could lose out on a year of increased value in terms of the property tax that we're collecting because of the July 1st, like if those dates didn't line up, for example.
I wouldn't say you're losing, it would just be delayed.
Yeah.
So that's no different than in previous years, we've had a lot of market increases. right? So for example, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, there were years of very large increases. Again, in those years, the city of Vancouver didn't miss out on those increases from July to, for example, January. It just was, shown in the next year. So it'd typically be the same, yeah.
Okay. We often hear from a particular individual that outlines some cases of commercial properties around the Lower Mainland, but including in Vancouver, where the sale prices are often 30 to 40% higher than the assessed value,
Yeah.
including the year after it's been sold, the assessed value is still 30 or 40% lower than what the property sold for a year before.
Excuse me.
And these are like big properties worth 30 or 40 million dollars.
Yeah.
And this person's argument is that the city is missing out on a lot of property tax because of inaccurate assessments. What's your response to that?
So I am familiar. I have seen some of the communication from this person. I would say that the sales that this person is referencing are really outliers. There are large number of sales. I would say that the market is not perfect. So for example, if there was a house and everyone here put a bid in, I'm sure no one would have the exact same number. There'd be differences in the market. And sometimes as well, there are outliers. And the number of sales that I've seen that has been brought to our attention is, sometimes less than 1% of the total number of sales, which are outliers. Some of those outliers are due to the fact that there's some speculation. So I know of a few where the purchaser bought it on the hope that they would get some more density, but it was not in any plan, it wasn't in any OCP, it was just the purchaser thought they could do it, they weren't able to, they paid a higher price for it.
Yeah.
So now, when you have that sale, and you bring it back to this discussion is, do we as an organization and, does the public want to be assessed on speculative properties such as that, right? That's not a reflective of market value. So our mandate is to reflect what market value is, and if we were to look at that and value properties on that, it would skew and not be reflective and over-assess.
Okay, so you would take into consideration the city's current zoning for that particular property,
We look at everything. So
not
when
just neighboring sales.
no. So when we when we look at properties and sales, we actually review every sale within British Columbia. So especially for Vancouver and especially with ICI, we will do an in-depth review of different sales, and sometimes there are oddities and outliers that are either very, very low or very, very high. And again, that probably wouldn't be the best reflection of the market space.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know that you're reviewing every sale.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great, thank you, and you're at time. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. I was kind of hoping to go down the same line of questions that Councillor Meiser had. So I think I just want to sort of just kind of add one more thing onto that, and it's just to ask about the lag time when it comes to properties that are either renovated, rebuilt, or redeveloped, and just sort of get an idea what that lag time is and how you deal with it with regards to, are we looking at, is there like a couple of months of lag time? Are we looking at years before BC assessment gets caught up on the actual assessed value of a piece of property?
Okay, yeah, no, I can definitely answer that. So as we mentioned before, our valuation date is July 1st, but we actually have what's more a state and condition date of October 31st. So we will look at properties to see at what level of completion they are at when we, as of, I guess, October 31st. So we'll go out into the field, we'll take pictures, inspect properties to say, how far along are these properties? Again, we work together with the city, so we will have permits from the city to say, okay, there's a new house, there's a new building here. What is the status? What does it look like as of October? So going back to your question, there really shouldn't be too much of a lag.
So would be, 8 months to a year at most kind of thing?
Sorry, what do you mean by?
I'm just sort of, worst case scenario, you're looking at less than a year of lag time before a property is assessed and then it's reassessed based on a redevelop or a renovation or a rebuilding.
Yes, so again, excuse me, we will inspect the property as of October 31st, but then we do that every year. So for example, if it hasn't started yet or it's only 10% complete, then the following year we'll do the same thing and see that it's probably complete
Okay.
at that time. Yep.
That's my question. Thanks. That's it.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I think also picking up on some of the threads from Councillors Meisner and Montague, I'm curious around, so we have this impending legislation from the province around transit-oriented areas, which will be defined at some point. Is your assessment dependent on a local government's OCP or ODP kind of defining those areas, or is this impending provincial legislation going to change the highest and best use profile that you apply to the assessment?
So again, we do look at the OCP. So that is a big part of, when we look at properties and then valuation. But it really will depend then on what the market is showing in terms of what can be built. So, it's a bit of a vague question, but because this is somewhat of a newer, I guess, policy implemented, we don't know quite what it looks like. So I would probably draw parallels to maybe the multiplex bill that Vancouver brought on most recently. Right now, we haven't really seen too much market movement on that. So we really, whenever there's something new that's introduced, for example, like a new OCP or new policy, our stance is until there's market evidence to show, we really don't reflect that until we see those sales.
Interesting. So regardless of whether we ratify an OCP here at the City of Vancouver or regardless of the provincial bill, it's really going to be driven by market valuations and speculation.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. That is helpful. Shifting gears a little bit, and I totally appreciate if this is outside of the scope of your presentation, but I've had a long-standing thoughts around Class 8 recreational, and specifically where we see developers speculating on land and holding vacant and converting to temporary park use. Have we seen an uptick as an assessment? This is, I think, a relatively new application to convert vacant land holdings into temporary parks with planter boxes or what have you. Have you seen an uptick in that kind of approach with developers repurposing?
I would say maybe slightly. So this has been around for a little bit now. Developers are using, that, I guess, strategy to go Class 8. I know right now, I can say right now for 2024 roll, there were approximately 6 new properties that exercise that. Total dollars worth in terms of the exemption for that, maybe slightly increased, but it hasn't been overly large in terms of developers using that strategy.
So not influenced by inflation or holding, industry slowdowns. We're not seeing an increase necessarily.
Again, I'm not sure, if we tie it to industry slowdowns or not. All I can say is, what the developers are doing with certain properties. Again, it is a little bit out of our scope in terms of how they decided to go about it. All I can say is that, there was a bit of a jump this year, mainly due to, I think, one property. But relatively besides that, it was probably within the norm.
And so there's no direction coming that BC assessment might reconsider how they classify temporary recreation use under Class 8?
That would be a legislative issue.
Sure.
Yeah.
And on a similar event, because one of my issues, and this came to UBCM in 2022, NR 64, about reconsidering how we classify Class 3, which is supportive housing, which has to be long-term. And so I, bring it up with bitter irony that we would do short-term temporary planter boxes and give a tax break to developers, but using that same vacant land for, say, rapid deployment shelters of a more temporary nature for folks who are experiencing homelessness doesn't cut the mustard. Has there been any direction? I know this did pass at UBCM and the province was a bit vague in their response.
I have not heard of anything. Maybe I'll check with Ed if you've heard anything on Class 3.
No, nothing has come on BC Assessment's radar. But with regards to your comment on uses of park use on development property, that really classification has to do with actual use, and that's sort of the case law that has been governed the Assessment Act and how we classify properties. There are contraventions potentially with bylaws, so that is within the purview of the city to exercise their authority on whether those temporary planters are within the bylaw uses. So we will classify on whatever is actually on site at that particular moment in time.
Yeah, appreciate that. And thanks for the extra time, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. So my question is, can you expand, how do you consider the rental revenue for each property? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So we actually take a look at economic rent and what's typical for that asset class. So whether it's a hotel, whether it's a warehouse or retail, and we gather that information from various sources. So including reviewing financial information that is submitted to us by property owners as well as property representatives. We do review it annually, being on trend with various market reports and what they're indicating as well for where market rents are headed. So that's basically how we review it, as well as when we look at market evidence such as sales, that information usually comes to light as well. So for example, if like a retail or income generating property sells, what kind of net operating income was it achieving at that time? And what kind of capitalization rent was achieved with the sale? Does that answer your question?
Does that include the residential buildings as well?
In terms of like your...
revenue, rental revenue?
Yeah, for apartment buildings, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then my follow-up question is, does that include short-term rental as well?
I don't think... No, we don't value short-term rentals.
So that means for the property owner who does short-term rental, their value is actually lower than the market value.
Well, no, because it would be market value based on what that residential use is, right?
Yeah, but if they have an actual income from their short-term rental unit, that's not considered when you do the evaluation, is that right?
No, because they're not valued as short-term rental properties. There's no separate kind of designation for that.
Yeah, so, for assessment and assessing or appraising or assessing properties, it's really a mimic of how the market views those property types. Okay. Yes, there may be some properties that have short-term rentals, but typically that is not the overall, I guess, use, right? When somebody buys, for example, a house, right? It's a very small percentage that goes for short-term rental when most people will typically buy to live in. So that's how we reflect our values, is what the market is demonstrating, even though there might be some, smaller one-offs or a small percentage that may use it for, short-term rental. I see, thank you. So then the other follow-up question is, do you also evaluate the income revenue reported to CRA? Go ahead. No.
Sorry. No, that would be
okay.
separate. Yeah, we're a different jurisdiction, so the CRA is federal. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Many questions have been asked, but not a few that I'm interested in, specifically in terms of the role of council decision-making in impacting ultimately the value or the assessments of properties. So in the past, I've seen reports from you, not you specifically, but from BC Assessment, that has said, look, we're seeing an uplift in property values in this area, and that happens to coincide with some changes you've made around zoning. So are there particular areas of the city, for example, the Broadway Plan area, where you're starting to see an uptick in property assessments because of property values and thus assessments?
Okay, so yeah, I guess there's a few, questions there, and I'll address it in general. Yes, city council decisions made on land use and even zoning definitely do affect value on a property. As for examples, for the Broadway plan, we're still, I feel, in the early stages. There have been some sales, but nothing to really showcase. For example, there typically is a lag time when a plan is put in place. versus adoption from the market. We saw that with the Canby Corridor plan. It took, a few years to really put in place. I would say that's the same with the Broadway plan right now. We have seen a few sales. We haven't seen too many very, very large increases, maybe one or two, but typically not.
Not yet. And that's the same case for the uplift to the single-family zone properties. You're not seeing the uplift yet, but you're anticipating it may come. Is that?
Yeah, so, one thing I'll share is that, so our valuation date is July 1st. And I believe the multiplex bylaws went in around October. So our valuations, did miss that. But the Greater Vancouver Real Estate Board has what's called a home price index or house price index, and it monitors, typical sales of, say, for example, single family homes on a monthly basis. If you go to that website, it'll show that from July till December, which is their latest information, there's been relatively no change in values. So, to answer your question, yeah, there hasn't quite been any.
Are you seeing any geographic trends in where there has been a decrease in property values within the city? You did mention that there have been some decreases. So is that geographically located, or is it just random throughout the city?
So are you, referring back to these stats, the Greater Vancouver Real Estate, the Vancouver, West Side that they have it on, really stayed flat. Vancouver East Side, I think, went down by 1%. So again, both, all throughout the city, it seems to have been flat since July.
Right.
But year over year, as we went over the stats from July 2022 to July 2023, is very much within a very small increase. Yeah.
And that could be very much related to the cost of a mortgage or, just the cost of money.
Quite a few different factors, yeah.
Right. Okay, one final question. There was a decrease, 1% decrease in Class 6 businesses, as you've noted. Have you seen that trend, not just within Vancouver, but in other areas that you are conducting assessments since COVID, basically? Is this something that is a trend? Is it getting worse? Is it, or not? Is it not just in Vancouver, but in other municipalities as well in terms of businesses?
Okay, well, I guess for COVID, I would say a lot of businesses, or I guess the real estate market in general, for example, commercial property was fairly resilient during COVID. The more, I think, timing probably coincides with more interest rates. For example, in Vancouver, office buildings right now are down from previous years. The typical retail is probably flat to maybe down 5%.
Appreciate your answers. Thanks very much. That's it from me, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the numbers that jumped out at me in your presentation, you talked about $528 billion of overall valuation for properties in the city, and there was a $61 billion, give or take, of exemptions. And so it reminded me about the fact that many people, when they often will avail themselves of that ability to exempt paying property tax in favor of an interest. I always try to wrap my head around how that affects things. I gather that those exemptions, and is that what that $61 billion reflects? Is those residential exemptions that people apply for?
No, so those I believe what you're talking about is the Section 19.8. Where somebody, for example, who has a house, if they're being valued, there's a potential to assemble and build like a tower. They get the lower of the two. What this more represents are these exempt properties. So, for example, city-owned properties, hospitals, schools.
Okay, great. I'm just very conscious of our aging demographic, and I think possibly we might see a shift to more people availing themselves of that reduction. Are we seeing a ticking up of the number of people who are applying for that age-based exemption?
So the Section 19.8 is not so much age-based. It's more, the requirements to get that exemption is if you've lived and owned the property continuously for 10 years. So it's not so much due to age, although probably if you were to look at it, a lot of people who do that have purchased their properties for a long time. I have not seen anything on our side to see that there's been a dramatic increase in the Section 19.8.
See somebody from our team.
I think you're actually referring to the property tax deferral program
Deferral,
that the
yes.
province runs.
Oh.
And so that's a provincially run program, and it doesn't affect the city. The province finances, we receive the money for those taxes, and it's basically a loan from the province to the property owner.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, I think that was the direction I was going, and then we can talk later about whether it's becoming a bigger thing or not. Obviously, somebody has to pay at some point for that, but it's just an interesting trend. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. That's the end of the questions. So as there's no report or recommendations, this concludes the item. So thank you very much, Michael and Sharon.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the reports. Number 1, Mayor's Budget Task Force report. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? All right, seeing none, there is a presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again. My name is Randy Pratt. I'm here to present our report, the Mayor's Budget Task Force, on behalf of my colleagues. I'd like to start, first of all, by acknowledging the efforts of that team. We had 8 volunteer task force members from the community, all with a particular interest and aptitude for reviewing budgets, financials, processes, and even tax assessments and property tax exemptions. We had 6 advisors. Their role in the process was to check in once a month and to provide some guidance on their particular area of knowledge or expertise. And then we had 20 researchers we recruited from the universities of British Columbia and Simon Fraser, and then a team from Langara's data science team for a total of 34 individuals. We estimated somewhere between 40 and 300 hours for each of those people, so a considerable amount of time dedicated to this process for approximately 9 months. I'd also like to, at this time, acknowledge the finance team here at the City of Vancouver, particularly Patrice and Grace, who've joined us today. They spent a considerable amount of time bringing this neophyte group up to speed on all the intricacies and details of the city. I'd also like to thank Paul Mockery and the city manager's office for their support and all they did for us as well, including many other departments and personnel in the City of Vancouver. I think the next place I'd like to start in the executive summary and a bit of background is everyone pays property tax, directly or indirectly. If you are a property owner, obviously you pay it, but maybe not so obviously if you are a renter in the City of Vancouver, you indirectly pay it to your landlord. If you rent a commercial space, a restaurant, a store, you indirectly pay it. If you're an office renter, you directly pay it through your common area or your taxes assessment that you get annually from your landlord as a flow-through. And in the report, we talk about why this is important, that we address operating and capital and infrastructure shortfalls. And it's because eventually, if we do not, credit rating will catch up to us, debt capacity will catch up to us, affordability, both personally and for businesses, will catch up to us, and we will lose businesses which employ residents, which directly may not be able to afford this city anymore. And frankly, there's lots of wonderful options close by or not so close by that would impair our ability to continue to offer services to our fellow residents. The report, I'd encourage everyone to read it. A lot of effort went into it, and I know the task force members are keen to hear from the fellow residents and people, although none of them showed up today because they're camera shy. And I think frankly, they're fatigued, but they are available should anyone reach out. And I know members of the media have reached out to them. Sorry?
The cameras aren't too bad.
The cameras aren't too bad, but honestly, a number of the members are retirees, so they've headed to their retirement places and are frankly done volunteering, but I thank them for their efforts. So that's a bit of the backgrounder. I don't think there's anything further about the urgency of the situation. Vancouver is in the fortunate situation that it does have debt capacity. It's under-levered versus some of its Canadian comparables, Toronto being the obvious one. And with a AAA credit rating, it does enjoy the best pricing for its debentures that it does go out and raise money with. And the city has the finance and city managers team to thank for that. Key recommendations, I think what I'll do is I'll go by section. Everyone's had the report now for a week. It was posted when the agenda came out last week. Let me get my glasses here. So if I move to the first theme of the report, which is refocus Vancouver's role. This is really not a preliminary report. There's a little more detail here, obviously. But I think the theme here is that the task force would encourage council to establish and examine its core jurisdiction and establish a policy. And by that we mean put something in writing that the residents of Vancouver can see that the council details as its core jurisdiction. The follow-on recommendation to that is that if the city council then decides to go outside that core mandate, that there's some rigor around that expenditure. We saw examples where it was expenditures or commitments were made outside of what would normally be considered core jurisdiction, and those costs then continued, and there was no start or finish to the program. They were absorbed to general operating costs, and that continued. Why is all this important? It's estimated that in last fiscal year alone, the city spent more than $150 million in operating costs in such out of traditional service areas and $230 million in capital expenditures for the same reason. And on a budget of just over $2 billion, obviously that's material. The second area is intergovernmental coordination. This includes the province, the federal government, but it also includes Metro Vancouver. Approximately 20% of the budget goes to utilities in one form or another through the city or through to Metro Vancouver. And so the recommendation 3 is build mandatory collaboration protocols with all levels of government. And so what this means, it means set consultation expectations, provide ongoing and standardization discussion with these other levels of government. And so specifically, the municipal funding model. It's clear the funding model for cities in Canada is restricted and outdated. Cities have very limited revenue tools in comparison to other levels, senior levels of government. They're restricted by statute from collecting consumption or transaction taxes outside of property tax. And with property tax making up 60% of the revenue, As you just saw in the presentation from the BC Assessment Authority, the city is quite sensitive to changes in those assessments, exemptions from those assessments, and what I'll call short-term jurisdictional issues that come up. For example, as your questions noted, the short-term rental situation, the upzoning of single-family, different classes that the development community uses to defer taxes while they go through approvals. One such example here that Vancouver is unique in this province is the additional school tax. Vancouver contributes 21% of that tax on a provincial level, whereas on a per cap basis, and understand there's different ways to measure this, but at least on a per cap basis, its share should only be 13% of the provincial population. So you end up with a delta here of almost $280 million that Vancouver contributes to provincial coffers, but does not, quote unquote, consume or get back from the system. Vancouver, because of the property value and property tax regime, to borrow a federal metaphor, is the have city contributing to the have-nots. And clearly any discussions around equity in this receives pushback from other municipalities because there's others that benefit from this. If I continue, another observation in this section is the City of Vancouver receives relatively and absolutely insufficient funding from other levels of government. And this can be as broad as mandate funding in areas of healthcare, climate, childcare, housing, and the infrastructure costs associated with immigration. But it can also mean smaller amounts. We noted in our observations grant monies that other cities receive outstrip Vancouver. In fact, I think Vancouver is almost nil, the amount of money they get in grants in co-funding programs with senior levels of government. I think another observation here is that participating in the growth of our city, because of the tax regime for municipalities, Vancouver and other municipalities are not able to collect taxes based on economic growth or contribution to growth. However, that's why you'll see in some of our recommendations, you've seen in other jurisdictions in Quebec and in Toronto, where they receive a share of provincial or federal sales taxes. So recommendation 4, use empirical evidence to ensure equity and modernize the funding model. And so this is coordinating with other levels of government to explore different models. Now, understandably, this is a long-term approach. Governmental coordination, as you'll see in some of our later recommendations around regional coordination, will take time. But we believe the city, if coordinated with other cities in the country, could open this and begin to come up with a model that matches the costs that are downloaded to cities from senior levels of government. So those are the 4 recommendations in section 1 of our report. Sorry, let me just turn that off. Theme number 2, this was more inward focused around operational excellence. The costs in city have outstripped CPI by 29% in a budget where approximately 60% of the costs are payroll and approximately 90%, I'm going to keep looking to my right, maybe my numbers are off a bit, is subject to collective agreement. The city's hands are this is a long-term approach if you're going to find savings here. That said, the fact of the matter is the city's costs, as evidenced by the graph in the introduction, are outstripping any sort of reasonable measure of cost increase, even in post-COVID inflation environment. So you see under Operate with Excellence 2A budget and governance process. It was clear through the budget process that we felt there could be a greater coordination level between council and staff and focus on the process, more of the people here, that we could create a higher level of collaboration. And the example here we saw was that staff was presenting a budget outlook in the absence of any council direction, and we felt that created delays in an iterative budget process. So recommendation number 5 is to create a finance committee, a subcommittee of council that would coordinate and interact with finance to provide that timely feedback and speed and make the process more efficient. Another budget recommendation is adopt a long-term horizon for budgeting, but actually shorten the budget cycle. We felt this could create some efficiencies, but also allow a more fulsome and accurate determination of the outlook and the horizon with input from council. Second area of observations in this section of the report revolved around performance management. The city has a number of KPIs and performance measures, but it was clear to us with a private sector lens, and I get public sector operates differently, but we felt that there was no reason these performance measures could not also be efficiency measures. I say that given that most, or if not all, the measures we saw were outcome measurements, so service deliverable. They were not framed in the context of a cost of that service deliverable and improving that cost. And frankly, there were a lot of them. And so we felt there was an opportunity to simplify that process, and through that process of simplification, get better traction with different departments and different groups within the city. So recommendation number 7, reinforce council priorities through performance indicators. We chose the language of cost of service metrics to ensure that resources are efficiently used and departments are accountable for controlling spending. We didn't put it in this report, but the concept of zero-based budgeting arose in our discussions. We felt that dove into detail that we didn't really need in this report. This was more about providing a decision-making structure than it was diving into details such as that recommendation. Next was the optimize the use of resources for a transformation of change. This, there are examples. We did look at other jurisdictions. Edmonton went through a similar process recently. Toronto did. We looked at Vienna. We looked at Singapore. And the idea that we could use some process improvement techniques that are well known in the both public and private sector around root cause analysis. Could we take that and use that and implement a citywide continuous improvement program? So that's what you see in recommendation number 8. And this includes developing performance targets, providing rewards in that environment, and we're not talking fiscal rewards. Our experience, the task force, many of the companies and organizations and institutions that they worked for and volunteered for, recognition was a very powerful reward, and we felt that that could be implemented here because obviously given the staff issue I noted earlier, financial incentive programs are problematic in a public sector environment. We also talked about regular integration reporting to council. This goes back to our budget and finance committee recommendation and seeking sort of evidence-based decision-making as we go through this. There's lots of processes in the city that could benefit from what we saw as process improvement discipline. Recommendation number 9, understand that this is a little bit longer and a little more challenging, but could we achieve economies of scale through centralized function, leadership, and resource sharing? And so what do we mean by that? On a simple level, lease management, centralizing lease management. I'm sure someone will have a question for me later about assets and the possible disposition of those. Here's an example where if assets were fully leased, that would be a consideration in how best to manage a pool of assets. Also interdepartmental collaboration, and as you'll see in the next recommendation, regional collaboration approaches to procurement and service delivery. And so could we look at opportunities for procurement with municipalities, with the province of British Columbia? I know it exists at a certain level, but could it be undertaken on a broader level? Next one, observation here, maximizing the benefit of the city's finite resources. We didn't put a lot of specific examples in the report of our observations, but we felt this was one area where the data was objective and there was no way that this could be parsed as subjective. The city has an absentee rate of 18 days per annum, park board of 25 days per annum, when the rest of the province, institutional, public and private sectors is 10 days per FTE. This is pretty simple and easy to address. It's under the heading of simple. I should rephrase that. Simple but not easy. To correct this would take time, but the actual method by which you correct it is simple. And here's just an example of between $4 and $5 million of savings in those two organizations by implementing recommendation number 11, just proactively focusing on a holistic employee supports, root cause analysis behind absenteeism, if it is around health and safety issues, addressing those issues, and implementing time tracking in certain departments where it doesn't exist. And then recommendation number 12, we did talk about, now we didn't dive into too much detail here. We felt, I'll be frank with this audience, going into the realm of AI and how it could be deployed is a whole separate report, and stressed our knowledge and experience and capabilities, but we felt there was, given the significant budget that is spent on technology here at the City of Vancouver, that it could be looked at differently, and how might IT operations be optimized to unlock either asset utilization, costs on its own, or training and development and upskilling initiatives throughout the organization. So there was 8 different recommendations in theme number 2. And if we progress to theme 3, and this was around the understanding of investing for the future. And this really had 2 threads through it. The first one was acknowledging a $500 million annual funding deficit. And I'm here to tell you that the residents of Vancouver are not aware of this. None of the people in the task force, when they came to this, really understood the detail and the depth of this. And the other part is around how the city manages its other assets, and those fall into 3 categories that we'll talk about later. But there needs to be changes in how we fund this, because the 4 to 5% utility increase that's going through each year and the additional 1% that council has set aside for these issues does not adequately cover the shortfall. I will explain that one way to cover the shortfall is, for example, the additional school tax. If you just took that amount of money that the city is overfunding and spread it over 10 years on a rebate basis back from the province, that would significantly help this particular issue. So just some background and observations. The city manages $34 billion as an asset portfolio, if you look at it from an asset perspective. And this range of assets, you'll see in a table on page 26, is grouped into three different funds: the Capital Fund, the Property Endowment Fund, and the Vancouver Affordable Housing Fund. So recommendation 13 is implement a rigorous capital asset management framework. So what does that mean? We had some particular expertise on both our advisory team and the task force on what this looks like. And first would be criteria for prioritizing capital projects. How do you determine which ones go first? Standardizing the service levels in those projects. Integrating a full life cycle cost into those assets. Now, let's be clear, a lot of this does exist, but it's the task force position that it doesn't get implemented, and partly obviously because of the funding shortfall. But if we pause here right on the business case analysis of the full life cycle cost, we've all been to city facilities where separate a deferred maintenance issue, but a non-renewal issue. If you've been to a library, if you've been to an ice rink or a community center in the city, it's very clear that we have some facilities that have not undergone a full life cycle cost and renewal. And if it has, then the revenue side of the equation isn't there. We also identified project execution and governance plans, which will come through in some of these recommendations, and then a funding strategy that goes beyond traditional sources and seeks stuff, external funding, like we've noted from donors and sponsors, as one possible option. And then an operating strategy. We'll see in one of the recommendations later that operating could be outsourced at a benefit to the housing. So 3B, we continue with asset portfolio optimization. If we go to the table on page 26, what we tried to illustrate here simply is that the capital fund is I'll call it the plumbing and pipes of the city, the service delivery assets, streets, bridges, parks, community fire halls, police stations, et cetera. And then the property endowment fund is everything that doesn't fall within that. So this is parking, income assets, other strategic holdings. And then the Vancouver Affordable Housing Fund holds non-market housing assets. What we saw here is an opportunity twofold to earn a dividend improvement from some of these assets. Also an opportunity to better utilize and manage the assets, and we provided some examples and some recommendations to that effect here. So recommendation 14, evaluate and optimize the capital funds portfolio. So core assets, the city should retain those ownership of those assets that are critical. And again, we listed some things here that were core, but again, further to previous recommendations, it's up to council to attend to this in recommendation number 1. Non-core assets, consider partnership, private sector ownership of non-core assets, enabling the city to better prioritize its resources and focus operational excellence in its core assets. And then one that seems to have got some people's attention here, identify underutilized assets, whether core or non-core, and either sell, redevelop, modify, or figure out a way to maximize the benefit. maybe one way to, because I know I'll get this question, some examples of what non-core assets are. The city has a small fiber optic network that other parts of the city and province sits on top, and there's excess capacity there. Could we sell that? Could we rent it? Another example is the city owns the VPD training center just over off of, I think it's Great Northern Way. If that were transferred to the VPD, it would save the city operating costs as well. So those are two examples. Another example is just office space. We were made aware of some of our interviews with city personnel that city operations are leasing space at commercial buildings, third-party private enterprise buildings, while we have vacancy in our own owned buildings. And so those are examples of how we could better utilize the assets. Property Endowment Fund, in our opinion, holds significant untapped value. There's some history there on the PEF. We used as an example UBC Properties Trust, which was a similar model in which UBC partnered with industry to deliver student housing, faculty housing, for-market housing, a school, a community center, commercial center, all of which has now contributed over $2 billion, $2 to $3 billion to their endowment, from which they now earn income to offset their budget, operating budget. In addition to that, in their case, they also own the utilities that deliver services to the community out there. So that was one comparative example that we thought should be considered here. While the fund is approximately $5.7 billion, it's only contributing $13 million in dividends back to the operating fund of the city, which is almost a 0% yield. And the assets in that portfolio, like the UBC Properties Trust model, should be able to deliver a significantly better yield, and also increase service delivery to the residents through other options for facilities, community centers, other public spaces, other housing, whether it gets transferred to the Affordable Housing Fund or not. We believe there's a significant unlocked value here. City would continue to own it and manage that. So recommendation 15 is create a perpetual value from the PEF. And how would we do that? We'd recommend that we update and formalize the PEF mandate and its vision. This would also include calculations of risk and asset rules. Does the city want this fund to all be in residential? Likely not. Does it want it all to be in office? Likely not. Does it want it to be in all community centers? Likely not. There's a mix here. We would also recommend that the city consider transferring the PEF assets into a distinct entity earmarked for the city's benefit. City would retain control over this, but it would allow it flexibility to utilize those assets. Governance structure, this is not an original idea. We borrowed it from the UBC model. Is institute a dedicated fiduciary board, including external experts who could contribute to that portfolio management. And then operating structure, again here, exploring collaboration with external parties for operating. And this approach would not only expedite the transformation, but would ensure that the assets are clearly segregated and safeguarded for the city's benefit. Lastly, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund. There is, again, just given the depth and breadth of city assets, an opportunity here to optimize land use and actually deliver more social housing options to the city. An example of this is already underway at Cole Harbour Community Center. This is a fantastic model for the city continuing to do that. One of the cities we looked at was Vienna, that has a significant portion of the social and affordable housing owned by the city. We felt that would be a model to pursue and grow the Affordable Housing Endowment Fund. Strategic partnerships in 3C. Here we envisioned in recommendation 17 a number of different, frankly, this was a catch-all recommendation. This could be naming rights and sponsorship campaigns. Other institutions in the province have levered this. We think of hospitals, educational institutes, cultural institutes. This would also include philanthropic partners and program recognition. The city has seen public art contributions from citizens. It's seen park enhancements and salmon habitat enhancements from private donors. We felt it could also be a crowdsourced opportunity. There are a number of initiatives in other cities. From memory, I think New York and London had quite robust digital portals for crowdsourcing very specific programs such as tree planting and public amenities. And then we felt relationship development. Again, diving into the detail that we didn't end up putting in the report because that's the job of the council, but we did speak with individuals, for example, in the management of recreation facilities that is working well with other municipalities. Could you partner with industry to get them to do the renewal part of the ice rinks in exchange for operation and just delivery of set standards to the city of, in this case, availability for ice. So the summary of recommendations, those 5 recommendations are there at the end. Finally, we spent a lot of time on this, so we didn't feel we wanted it to go without some call to action or some challenge to council to move forward because we're done. We're not going to do any more, so we're going to turn this over to you. Step 1, we'd ask or recommend that the council establish an oversight committee during the term of which the recommendations of this report would be followed up. Review and prioritize the recommendations. It sounds simple, but read the report from some of the questions and emails that I've received from my colleagues and fellow residents. It's clear they haven't even read the thing. They prefer to read the media headline. Step 3, develop a detailed implementation plan. We don't assign priorities to them. It is clear that some of them have greater potential impact than others. It's also clear that some are easier to implement than others. A finance committee, a PEF oversight board, those are relatively easy to move forward. Collaborating with other municipalities on shared procurement or reinventing the funding model for municipalities with the federal government and other senior levels obviously takes a little bit longer. With that, last page is just the names of the people that participated and the list of city staff, former employees, other civic individuals, both active and retired, other task force members, federal reports. We interviewed people in infrastructure and transportation reports that were done. Trying to think of other people who met with the auditor. I don't know if it's called the Auditor General here in the city. All the different departments and staff. Too many to list on the last page, but we were thankful for all their time. And again, I really would like to recognize Paul, Patrice, and Grace for their time. They spent a lot of time with us, answered probably more than their fair share of dumb questions and brought us up to speed. So with that, I'll turn it back to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was a lot. Councillor Fry, you're the first in the queue.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Randy. I'm going to preface it all by you did in this report. There's an invitation to critically evaluate your strategies. So, in the spirit of that,
I would expect nothing else.
there you go. All right. So, first off, I want to just hone in on the. I've got lots of questions, but I know everybody does. So, I'm going to hone in first off on the creation of a finance committee. Now, this in the verbal presentation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was originally framed as oversight of ACCS grants specifically, and I don't see that here in this final written report. So I'm wondering what happened to that, and more largely, how would a finance committee that's appointed provide money-saving opportunities?
Yeah, Councillor Fry, first about the ACCS, it was clear to us from the feedback that we didn't want the distraction of those type of details. We even debated about the absenteeism piece. We just felt that was so objective, we can put it in. Whereas we felt ACCS, from the feedback of the type of questions we got, was not being perceived as objective, so we pulled it out. As far as the finance committee, we just felt it would speed the process. We felt we could save somewhere between a month and 6 weeks, just because of the council meeting schedule, that if we inserted a finance committee from council to work with finance team, that it would just speed the process and be more efficient in providing feedback. Now, how you do that as a council, that's up to you.
So not necessarily a money saver per se, it's just a exercise in efficiency.
I think it would save money because it did, we did get the sense that there was, and this is not to be critical of people, it's to be critical of process, that there was a disconnect in the process a bit, and it was slow, and that would save money. It would focus the energies on areas that we could actually change and have policy discussions around. And it's meant to be taken in alongside of the core mandate review recommendation. Because then we felt focus could be brought to the process rather than, here's the full $2 billion budget. And, I don't know, but I imagine the group of you get a 500-page document dropped on your desk on a Friday and you got a council meeting on Tuesday. We felt that would help that process along.
Or it may add more churn to it, given politics, but I appreciate that. And but this is not analogous to the oversight committee that you were referencing to look at implementing these recommendations.
No, the decision still comes back to council. It's
No, sir, but you mentioned at the end that you were expecting an oversight committee to implement these recommendations in your report. This is not.
No, this is more refined.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you. I do want to say, I do appreciate the suggestion around the property endowment fund and a different approach to management. I think that I've heard that as well, and I think that there's a real opportunity there to maybe bring in some expertise from the private market working on those kind of things. I'm curious what your thoughts on, we have a sort of structure where we talk about highest and best use, and we offset use for community kind of use of some of our assets through granting process. Did your committee delve into that at all and see that as an opportunity or a?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, so our properties, we lease them or rent them at highest and best use, but in the event that we are using them for community service, for instance, we would still do it at highest and best use, but then we'd offset it with a grant, creating a different kind of layer of accountability.
Yeah, we didn't go down that road, Councillor Fry. We focused more on, we get that, there's a page in the budget, page 5 or 6, that shows all the service delivery models. It's all beautifully colored in all the different areas. We wanted to leave that with council. What we were more focused on is in the process of managing the city assets, and forgive me if I offend architects or whoever designed it, but the example was the fire hall, I believe it was on Knight Street, $1,050 to construct it. And I get that it was a whatever LEED platinum or green building, but I personally, and in the words of the task force, did not believe that that was the highest and best use of that site. There could have been adjacent uses, additional uses, and I'd love to work there. It's probably a really nice place, but I don't think it was an effective use of tax dollars.
Andy, I see I'm about to run out of time, so I'm
Okay.
going to move for a second round of questions if that's.
Okay.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Great. Thank you. And we're
Eddie, I'll be back.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Well, I don't think I'm going to start down the road at the fire hall because it's a shining example of us actually achieving our real goals around sustainability and meeting the climate crisis and the work.
Mayor, can we
Anyway,
stick to questions?
First question, establishing the core jurisdiction and to managing spending beyond that core jurisdiction. My first question is, do you believe that the core jurisdiction of a city changes over time as, public needs or the overall society changes?
Yeah, obviously it does. The Vancouver Charter is a document drafted, I believe, in the 50s. It's outdated. It needs to be updated, and whether that's done by a core review of the council and a policy pass that just acknowledges to the public what the core mandate will be of this council. And I know you can't bind future councils, but of this council, I think that would be a great exercise.
Interesting that you mentioned the Vancouver Charter as a vehicle to do that. This council passed in the fall a set of strategic objectives for the 4 years, and they are clearly outlined. Do you believe that that could be considered to be the core jurisdiction, at least for this term of council?
The task force felt it could go further, Councillor, and this went back to that number I referenced of, sorry, I don't have it with me. It was 180 to 230 million that could be identified as out of scope. And when I say out of scope, the task force looked at just ministries and practice in this country that healthcare is a federally funded, mandated through the Health Act, but delivered provincially. And we have a health crisis in this city that the city's having to pay for. Environment, with all due respect to your wonderful past as an environmentalist, is a federal issue under the Constitution. Childcare is a provincial and federal matter. Housing is a federal and provincial matter. All those issues are being downloaded onto the city, and it's the task force position, not that we cut those and just leave all these people who benefit from all these programs in the lurch, but figure out ways to fund that with senior levels of government, because it's clear that it's not in the city mandate.
So if, for example, I've been on council, as you know, 4 terms. I think seeking senior government funding has been a constant theme during that time. It's not been one council, one budget,
Yep.
where it hasn't been raised. So in the absence, when we go to a senior government, ask for some funding for whatever one of those reasons that you stated, maybe the opioid crisis or whatever, and they don't deliver, do you think that the city should just say, oh, well, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to open a safe injection site. Or a safe consumption site. We're not going to do social housing. We're not going to reduce our GHGs.
You must have missed it. I just said, no, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't leave these people in the lurch. However, and this is a challenge to council. You are elected not to be reelected in 4 or 5 years. You're elected to take courageous, difficult leadership questions and tackle them. I'm not here to tell you how you get that from federal level. Our task force has given you ideas that have been implemented in other provinces and other cities. What's happened in Toronto with the PSD, what's happened in Quebec with the HST. Those are examples. They already exist. We should have that right now. Why does that exist in another jurisdiction and not here? That's a question that mayor and council should be the loudest, most difficult noise in the ruling party federally.
You've made some really interesting points. I mean, to say, for example, we should take courageous moves and pay attention to the needs of people in the city. I don't think anyone would doubt, but you also said the climate crisis is not our jurisdiction. So given that it is a crisis here, did your committee consider that we should do our bit at the very minimum?
I think I'll say it again. I just said we're not walking away from those. The previous councils have made commitments to.
We're at time, but we have another round, so I
Give me
know
20
that
seconds.
question is going to come up again.
Previous councils have made decisions to be out of scope, and now they've just continued that. And frankly, 4% property tax increasing to 10.7 is not a solution. So.
Thank you, Councillor
Sorry,
Carr.
Mayor.
I know we're going to have a second round here.
Yes, thank
we're
you.
at time, sorry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, hi, Randy. And thank you to you and the task force for the report. I want to drill in on a couple things, and I'm just going to be super direct in my questions, just to level set some of what I've heard played out in the media. And my question, first of all, respects the underutilized assets. Appreciating that you gave some examples, like a fiber optic network, for example, but can you confirm, because and I'm going to frame the question, that there's a lot of, in my view, inaccurate, irresponsible information that is being put out there. I heard an interview this morning on media suggesting that this initiative is a ploy and as part of the park board land grab, and community centers are potentially on the chopping block and we're going to sell them. Can you just straight out, for the record, indicate if that is the case, and if there was any discussion around selling any parkland or any community centers?
There was no discussion in our committee. I go to the theater, I go to Hillside Rink. There was no discussion about selling those assets. The discussion was around the fiber optic network. It didn't make it in the report because frankly, it's a rounding error. The police VPD training center didn't make it in the report because it's a rounding error. Those are the type of asset allocation decisions we're talking about.
Okay, so if we're hearing suggestions that are going unchecked in media reports otherwise, would it be fair to say, and I'll ask the question a different way, that the task force, in its view, in terms of the city's responsibilities to delivering services to residents, include the importance of things like parks, green space, and community centers?
Obviously.
Okay.
Nat Bailey Stadium is a wonderful facility. Could it be, to previous questions, could it be better utilized? Yeah, of course. But no, we never discussed selling that and would not recommend that.
Okay, that is clear. Thank you. I want to move on to the conversation around, you had suggested potentially in looking at the different constructs that we have around land assets, around moving assets from the PEF or the Property Endowment Fund potentially, and reference the UBC model. Can you expand a little bit on the benefits of doing so? And is it the ability to, for example, leverage the assets for better housing attainability and support for residents like the Vienna model? Can you comment on that a bit?
The main benefit is you're the owner, developer, and approval authority, is speed. Developers will cry and whine, but I'd like to think that the city could design, propose, approve, and develop its own assets faster than a commercial transaction. And the best way to do that is employ experts in the field like UBC Properties Trusted. And they had a governance role. They had to report to the university, but they brought in industry experts and did a wonderful job. If you've been out to Westbrook, it's one of the most wonderful communities in the whole, I call it the city, technically not the city land. But.
Okay, and then in the UBC example, which is noteworthy, I'm correct, they retained ownership of the land, but they also significantly generated revenue and an unparalleled endowment fund for the university?
Yeah, significant. They got there's multiple commercial CRUs that they generate rental revenue from. They had a market housing program under a 99-year lease that they generated significant capital from. They provided student housing, MBA house. They provided faculty housing, and they also deployed a utility model, which again we didn't think was practical. Okay. For our recommendation.
And they kept the land and they built themselves?
Yeah, I kept all the land. It's all 99-year lease.
Okay, I want to switch gears now to more around the operating with excellence and the KPIs. This is something that I brought up before, and you talked about not necessarily just citing the volume of activities, but the quality. So I'm wondering if an example might be for something like, do we have a dashboard that says not just how much garbage we pick up, but how often the garbage is picked up on time? I'm trying to make this real for people of what that might mean.
Yeah, it would be service delivery models that include constraints, whether that's time, expense. It's not just about how many people did we serve through our library network or how many permits did we issue. It has to be time or expense bound for it to be valuable as a manager in the city to then decide and make decisions around process and people.
Okay, and then fair to say that you can't get better if you don't know where you're starting from, so we need benchmarks?
Yeah, what by when and measuring is we spent a fair amount of time with we had 20 academics. Most of them were, well over half of them were grad students. And they were
Sorry.
expert level students at
Gotta
measuring.
cut you off. We're at time.
Okay.
But we have another round.
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And I also want to say a thank you for the huge amount of volunteer time that went into this. Even if I don't agree with all of the recommendations, I recognize the huge amount of work and dedication.
Thanks.
I also had a number of questions about the definition of core services. And I think one of the concerns was both in core assets and core services, the recommendation not or the report not providing clarity about what you saw as core services. So I'm going to follow up with a question Councillor Carr asked around climate. Investments that a lot of the city's investments in climate are related to, say, our transportation infrastructure. Would that, to you, qualify as a core infrastructure, core service, or is it just streets for cars and anything outside of that is not core? I guess I'm trying to understand where you see those lines.
As a task force, we didn't dive into that detail. We did have dialogues around what it would include or not include. We felt as a task force, the council had the ability to pass bylaws and look after local housing. So, for example, you could tell builders what needed to be in their buildings. Now it's going to increase cost, but that didn't come at a cost to the city. Okay, we felt programs that took property taxpayer and fee service payer dollars to climate mandates that we believed were outside of scope was misguided, whereas council has the opportunity through your role as council and bylaws in the city to affect change effectively at no cost to the city. And we felt there could be a balance in there, but we didn't dive any deeper.
So active transportation infrastructure, you're not saying it's a core service or not a core service? No. Okay. My other question on that, I have a couple more questions on the core service topic. And one is, if the recommendation is that council define what those core services are, guess whose voices get to be part of that discussion? My guess is that a parent with young children might define core services differently than someone who's retired, or a lower income resident might define it differently. Whose voices get a say in how we define core services, which is obviously going to be a pretty tough and contentious piece of work.
And that's what I meant earlier when I talked about, courageous and difficult decisions. I only give these examples because as, a citizen and a business owner in the city just kind of walking around, I'm here to tell you that maybe with the exception of the people that show up in this room, people don't either read those strategic initiatives or understand the mandate. And they get frustrated when they see a healthcare crisis in the downtown east side and they get a 10.7% property tax increase. So I think it's important for this group to, first of all, have a dialogue around what is the city's purpose and core services. And if I were on council, I'd say, look, it's clear that healthcare and housing and these others are outside of our mandate. But because of history and past and evolution, they've fallen on our lap through downloading. This is how we're going to deal with it, but this is how we're going to navigate our way out of that.
Okay, but to a previous question, you're not suggesting we just stop funding those?
I think this is probably the fifth time I've said
Okay.
no.
But it comes up all the time. So
Yeah.
my other question is, the report on page 11 mentioned that City Council requires formal controls to guide decisions related to matters beyond the city's core jurisdiction. And my understanding would have been that elections every 4 years are the largest of those, and that people can run on these issues, and then the public generally gets to decide. So I'm trying to understand what better formal controls we could have than that large democratic.
Well, there's a lot of years in between general elections, so I think what we're trying to say is that we're trying to provide a framework where this council can say no instead of yes all the time. And I'm not trying to offend anyone, but as a citizen, I just see, and this is not a Vancouver unique issue, this is a municipal issue across the country,
Sorry,
saying yes to everything.
I apologize.
No,
I'm going to be the
Come
time
back.
clock here. We do have another round. Now, just looking at the time, and we have a lot of people in the
You
queue.
can pause my timer while you.
Oh, sorry. Stop
I'm
timer.
gonna-
Sure, we'll add a couple of seconds there for the
Thanks.
next round.
Excuse me.
Is there maybe a suggestion?
I have a point of procedure, if I might.
Sure.
I'm looking at the time and recognizing this is almost pretty much the last substantive item on the agenda today. And we've got Randy here, we've got staff. I'm wondering if council would entertain the possibility of extending to finish this item and shifting our in-camera to start at 2 o'clock versus 1 o'clock. So we would still get a lunch break, but we wouldn't have to truncate this item. We could complete it.
Did everyone get that? So
Like,
we're going to
come
extend.
back at 1 and finish this until 2?
No, that we would continue on, finish this item and move in camera to 2 o'clock. And then we would still be able to take a lunch break because I'm estimating we'd be done before 1 o'clock.
Is that-
Also more efficient with staff, I think.
Why don't we get through the this report? I know the bylaws won't take that long, so we'll get through this. We cap that at 1 o'clock unless we reassess. Then lunch from 1 to 2, and then in camera from 2 to 4. Is that what you're recommending?
Yes, and then we can reconvene for any leftover business if we don't, in addition to this item, but we keep going until 1 o'clock with the goal of completing this item. If we finish the other administrative piece, it's great.
Okay.
If not, we come back, but that's.
And is that
just
the substance of what you seconded, Councillor Clausen? Awesome. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Awesome. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So Councillor Boyle, I will remember to add a few seconds to your clock. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Randy, and the task force. You know, I know it's a tremendous amount of work. Thank you so much. My question along the line of the core service. So I think the team has done some environmental scan with other municipalities. So are you aware of any other municipalities? They have a very good definition of their core service.
It's a good question. I don't have it with me right now. I'd have
Okay.
to, just a reminder of what we did. We broke our work into 4 work streams, and we each headed a work stream, groups of 2. And so, Councillor Zhu, I was not on that work stream. So as far as the research, I'd have to go back and look at my notes.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Randy. The next question is, I think you have done a lot of interviews with different people from the city. So out of these 17 recommendations, which recommendations coming from the city staff themselves?
Good
How many?
question.
Yeah.
I think I don't want to speak for them, but I think the city staff said they could move quite quickly on the budgetary ones, the finance ones, certainly the PEF recommendations. Let me just look at. The Capital Asset Framework Office, recommendation 17 is, from my understanding, is kind of in progress anyway. They have an individual there, a very, very capable individual we spent some time with, that's kind of already halfway down that road, doing an inventory of the assets that could be partnered with either sponsors or donors or whatever. Sorry, just let me go through them. And then the first ones, I think, were mostly council ones. Yeah, the KPI ones would take a longer. I think the only ones that were sort of raised eyebrows or difficult ones were the long-term funding model and then the collaboration between municipalities.
So can I see that most of these recommendations are not the task force imposed on the staff, but instead it's coming from staffs themselves, encourage them thinking, and they propose those recommendations?
Again, I won't supposed to speak for them, but I would guess that they would, they were happy for us to be supportive of their voice. I think it's like any organization, whether it's a public institution or private, the answers and the knowledge are in these walls. There's no new problems. And so we just tried to provide an outside set of eyes about how we might be able to do or recommend some of the funding and organizational and structure issues. And so I would suggest that they were, we disagreed on a fair amount, and we didn't put everything in that they raised in our dialogue, but I do feel that this represents in part their voice.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. One more question about this absenteeism. So very high, and do we know the reason behind this absenteeism?
No, we do not. We didn't go to that depth of analysis.
So 18 days per year. So what is the industry standard in the private sector?
I can tell you my company, it's depending on role and function, it's 5 to 7 days. And per Stats Canada, I think it was 10 or 10.7 days across the province of British Columbia. And I think that was 22 data.
Thanks.
21 data.
Yeah, the other question related about the saving of $4.5 million for the absenteeism. Can you clarify how did we calculate that number? Because when staff takes sick days and we pay them as well. So how does the saving coming from?
That was provided by city finance staff.
Okay, so I'll follow up with the city staff. The other question about
but I assume that's just the number of people times the days times the rate. I don't think it was any more complex than that.
Okay, I'll follow up. I have 5 seconds. I'll come back. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Randy.
Sorry.
Thanks very much. And again, echoing the appreciation for all the work you did over several months and to this support you received here from our city staff. Just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the naming rights piece. As you mentioned, medical facilities, universities, and even here in the city, I think of all the schools that are that are named after people who explored and colonized this city originally. What are the sort of the experiences that you've seen with perhaps other jurisdictions in terms of adopting them, and what are the outside opportunities in terms of revenue?
This was in our analysis. I talked about the time to realize and the value. This was something that could be enacted literally within 12 months. This asset inventory. The team was exploring whether this was an inside activity or whether they had to use outside people to bring these type of donors and advertisers to them. And it was material. They were reluctant to quantify it, but it was in the millions. of dollars. And other examples from other cities were, as I mentioned earlier, naming opportunities typically around parks. There weren't a lot of put the big sign on the building type things. Those were a little more challenging because we've all heard the examples, the Sackler wing at the museum. But there were a lot of partnership naming rights, not naming of parks, but park improvements. There were a number of really cool initiatives around crowdsourcing. So citizen participation, right down to $1 in tree planting, amenity enhancements, and then back to the educational model, wings of a library or wings of a recreation center, those type of things.
Thanks very much. We wish we'd figured out a way of wringing a few dollars out of Mr. Dude Chilling. At any rate, I want to talk to you just about the criteria that you would place on any kind of divestment strategy. Is it merely because that the operating costs of these non-core assets, as you call them, don't benefit, or is it purely from a standpoint of the potential gain in revenue that we would get from it?
No, there'd be a life cycle analysis of it. The two examples that came up or we talked about was, is there a partner in industry, and we'll use the ice rinks for an example. Is there a partner in industry that would invest in that deferred renewal amount because the facilities are falling apart in exchange for a long-term lease, basically a UBC Properties Trust model where they operate, and this council and city staff say, in exchange, we need this much money and we need this much service delivery. So a true partnership, and to offload those operating risks and costs and capital maintenance. On the flip side, it's not just sale. Are there assets? The city does this all the time with air rights or development rights or property swaps. Are there assets that could be optimized? And the small example we gave was the fiber optic, but the city has lots of opportunity to work with other partners, whether that's central heat and the management or distribution of steam, or whether it's I can't think of any other examples, but
I'll got only about just over 30 seconds here, but this report was dismissed by critics as being nothing new, and I disagree. But if that's the case, what do you think has prevented action on some of the items that are in this report in past councils?
I think it's been, that's a tough question. I think in the framework, and that's why we led with the core mandate, those are difficult decisions. And to put yourselves out there as councillors and to set targets and goals, whether that's addressing senior government shortfalls or whether it's addressing the efficiency and expenditures within the city.
I'm sorry.
That's
we're at
number
time,
one.
but
So
we have another round, so don't worry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Randy, for being here, and thanks for the report. A couple of follow-up questions. Just following on Councillor Clausen's question, similarly, I was going to ask about divestment of assets, and was the principal sort of thinking behind that is around reducing some of the operational costs, as well as the capital maintenance and upgrade costs that the city bears on certain pieces of infrastructure? Was that sort of some of the thinking behind that?
in any large portfolio, there are assets that are underperforming or redundant. And we didn't go down to the full list. We did, back to Councillor Kirby-Young's question, never did we discuss that we should divest of arenas or rec centers or libraries or theaters. This was about, are there redundant assets in the portfolio? Or it also says in the report, acquire assets. No one's talked about that. It's really about asset mix, and is there an opportunity within that to certainly create more dividend income. And it's a dividend because in fund accounting, that money flows back to the city by way of dividend from the fund, and increase portfolio value. The city is forever building new roads and sewers. And is there a way to maximize that? Are there other users? Can we work with other municipalities? Are there commercial interests that are tying into those systems that we can charge more?
Right. Thank you. I also wanted to circle back with respect to the PEF. I was quite intrigued with the comments around the potential for greater dividend return to the city. Did the task force estimate what that might be in terms of a possible performance and in terms of a dollar value of what that could be relative to what?
Yeah, we did. I don't think it ended up in the report, and just taking, right now it's effectively zero. Even if you took a very conservative 3 to 5% yield on that money, and that's over the long term, you can't get that right out of the gate. You've got to either fill commercial buildings with renters, or you've got to charge fees for services. But certainly a 3 to 5% yield on $5 billion is better than what's happening right now.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I wanted to circle back on the report's focus on both the municipal funding model and core jurisdiction. And I heard you comment on the need to modernize in the context of the world we're in today. I heard your comments, and I think you may be aware that we've been advocating both through our city council and other municipal government, both through EBCM and FCM, for municipal reform, looking at Saskatchewan, looking at Quebec around share of the sales tax. But I'm curious if, in the context of having that conversation around core jurisdiction, if you were to turn it on its head, and we just say, okay, so our municipal finance system doesn't work. It's not sufficient because we're still going to have to respond to things like king tides or localized flooding, which you could say are climate. But if we had the revenues to address those, would they then be potentially within the scope of what we have to do? Because we're doing it now because we have to be responsive. And you look at our police force and the things they're responding to that are health related and so on. But it seems to be it's the revenue source that's lacking to manage some of these. I'm not saying we're going to take on the healthcare system. I'm just saying, is there some middle ground here?
Yeah, and if there's a frustration coming through with my answering questions once in a while, it's because the answer is in the report. The recommendation following that one talks about this council can decide as a group that childcare is a mandate of the city of Vancouver. We want to provide childcare to the 600,000 or 700,000 residents. If this group decides that and communicates that to the public and finds a funding model and isolates the overhead around that and revisits that every year, it's actually in the report. We agree with that approach. It's just the funding side of the equation. And then I guess, sounds like a broken record, but it is a bit frustrating because it's in the paragraph right after the talk about
No, and I appreciate it. It's I do appreciate the thoroughness of the report. So thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Randy, to you and all the volunteers that worked on this. It's a huge piece of work and very valuable as a councillor to have this insight. I want to clarify something you said. You mentioned housing not necessarily being a core mandate of the city government, but then you did mention the Cole Harbour social housing development, and you were saying that you thought that was a good example. Could you just clarify what you meant there?
The difference is the city is an owner of that site and upzoning that site and making that conscious decision to deliver that offering. Again, it's back to previous councillor's comment. If that comes around this table as a decision, then great. We feel the difference is the city, again, is having, in the example of temporary immigration and permanent immigration, having a download of a housing crisis on the city is just not sustainable. I know property owners that have multiple families living in their properties, and they're accommodating them and they're doing what they can, but it's not sustainable. So in that situation, I think council needs to make a decision that's intentional, contained, and in the example of Cole Harbour, budgeted for and move forward.
So what you're saying is if we defined that particular project as something that we all agreed that we wanted to do as a core service, then you would support, or from a financial perspective, it's supportable to work on those kind of initiatives.
And one of the models we saw elsewhere was in the report, we also talk about a shared maintenance model for that and management model for that housing. It's just standard commercial practice that the more doors that you can manage under one operation, the more efficient it is. And that loops back to more funding for that type of housing. Because back to Councilor over here's question, the more of that housing you have, the more you can deliver, the more it kind of feeds itself.
Okay. I'm curious, it's interesting that we're talking about this, and, right next door is Burnaby, and Burnaby has no debt. Burnaby has a $1.9 billion reserve fund. I'm wondering if you looked at Burnaby, the city of Burnaby's finances, their governance. Obviously, there's important differences between the services that Vancouver provides, being the center of the region, having the downtown east side, et cetera, versus Burnaby. But I'm just wondering, in your opinion, if it's something you looked at, number one, and then also what some of those key differences might be to account for that just massive, massive difference in the city's finances.
Yeah, I mean, so we did look at it during the course of our work. Burnaby announced their own development corp. And when I alluded to earlier, Vancouver and all cities are on this razor's edge. And when I say all cities, like Toronto and Montreal, and not so much the suburban centers and the other 23 municipalities in Vancouver, but Vancouver's on a razor's edge. If it does not remain competitive with businesses that then feed employees, that then feed the services, they can drive 20 minutes east of here and set up in Brentwood or Metrotown in wonderful master plan communities with all the services and everything you need around transportation hubs. I mean, it's a pretty persuasive offering.
I agree, and I think that's more motivation to work on this. On PEF, you talked about the return being 0.2%. I mean, we could get a better return in a savings account from Tangerine. So that's obviously concerning. But in your opinion, or I'm just curious, the composition of the PEF, the difference between maybe UBC versus the city, is it that this UBC is building new properties on their PEF land, and the city tends to have a lot of old properties that they're just leasing out? Is that a factor in this low return, in your opinion?
Yeah, they're just underutilized. It's quite interesting that BC Assessment was here before us. They're not at their highest and best use, and without getting into the details, there's lots of land. Hastings Park, I think, is in its own trust fund, right, Trace? Yeah, and I don't know the details, but there's an example. That is nowhere near the highest and best use of that land.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll come back on for more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and Randy, I'm going to try and speed things along, so I'm going to rapid fire you.
Okay, I'll be quick then.
All right, regional procurement. There's the potential there that it might disadvantage local businesses. Is there value in supporting local businesses when we're looking at a procurement policy?
If they're competitive, yeah. But otherwise, I don't think local is, it's not a de facto, you get business delivered to you. You have to be local. We're in a global world. My businesses have to compete all over the.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that one. Okay, so, I mean, I hear, divesting assets, I hear what you're saying right now, but I don't see it reflected in the report. So the report specifically references roads and parks as core. But then literally further down the same page, it says identify underutilized assets, whether core or non-core, and then sell. So to Councillor Kirby-Young's questions, how can you say that divesting parks is not on the table given that those two?
Because we never talked about it.
But you did say parks were core, and then you suggested divesting core assets.
Okay, now we're
underutilized. It's in the report. It is. Okay.
Just, how do I answer this? I'm not going to volunteer anymore, but if I'm asked to sit on the PEF fund, the last thing I'm going to do is divest of those type of assets. We're talking about redundant, underutilized assets that can be divested.
Which could be parks, underutilized parks, in theory, given the language.
Not if I were on the PEF.
Okay.
It just isn't. I'm talking, anyway.
Sure.
We can go through the list another time, but.
All right. Absenteeism then. So is there an apples to apples kind of comparison? I appreciate that the rate of absenteeism may seem higher relative to the stats can and office work and your office, but is that this, are we comparing apples to apples as far as outdoor workers? I see that outside workers were identified as higher rates of absenteeism. Did we do a comparison with?
British Columbia data includes manufacturing, forestry, and so other jurisdictions. I ran a manufacturing business for 17 years. Our absentee rate was half the provincial average. I don't think it's a condition of the employment situation.
Okay.
And my colleagues would agree with that. We debated putting that in the report, and the only reason it's in there is because it's so egregious and so off the scale of.
I mean, I would have appreciated more details in the comparison, but again, I'm sure we'll come.
I'm open to criticism.
No problem, no problem. So just to distill it down, you had actually I had another question about when you talked about asset divestment, and you mentioned an example of the VPD training facility and transferring that over to the police department for ownership. How is that saving us money? Is that not sort of like the same taxpayer ultimately that's supporting the VPD? That was in your verbal update, not in the.
Yeah, no, it's not in the report. It was to do with the funding and the maintenance costs in the two different organizations and where it should reside and where it's managed. So there's basically duplication of services.
The same taxpayer ultimately is, I mean, whether the VPD's paying.
No, my understanding there, Councillor Fry, was that it was actually the cost structure saved money because right now it's sitting on the city's books in a different cost and management structure. And if it went to the police, they self-perform on some of those.
Okay, well, that'll be an interesting piece to unpack at a later date. I'd love to hear other examples of what kind of assets we could divest, but that's a bigger conversation. I just want to, on my last little bit, highlight the three urgencies. So unsustainable property tax increases, infrastructure deficit, and downloading are the three urgencies. And I think that seems kind of universal amongst most cities. Did we do comparisons of, not with Burnaby necessarily, but cities similar to Vancouver?
In what way?
Just in those kind of urgencies. And I mean, so we hear.
Yeah, they're all the same. Like
Vancouver property taxes are actually quite low relative to other cities. Did you do any kind of comparisons of that? Are we playing catch up? Is that? Yeah,
we're behind. We didn't do a comparative cross country. We looked at British Columbia and we're kind of, the top quartile, but we're not the highest. The issues are the same. So from that perspective, I think one of the councillors called us uncreative or simplistic. So there is nothing new around the issues facing cities.
I'm out of time, and before the mayor cuts you off, I want to thank you and for indulging me and allowing me to give.
Well, thank you. You were one of the few councillors that met me years ago on a different issue, and I always appreciate remember that. So. I'm going to compliment him. He's a good guy.
Awesome.
Thanks,
you very much. I'm going to take 30 seconds off your next Q&A session there, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Conveniently, many of my questions have been asked, and I won't make you keep repeating, or I'll try not to make you keep repeating yourself on them. I am wondering, because I didn't see a mention in the report, in the conversation that the committee had about modernizing funding models, did you look at the work that the Union of BC Municipalities has been doing on a new fiscal framework for cities?
Yeah, Task Force 1 and 2 did look at it. And so from that perspective, we felt that was kind of working its way through. I think the the challenge there is the same as the challenge that Councillor Carr's brought up. A lot of the issues are not new. It's really about getting the attention of senior levels of government.
Yeah.
And I don't know is it going to take for one of our cities to have a major financial crisis, or is it going to take a significant service delivery failure? I don't know.
That leads well into my next question, which is that the recommendation that we access more senior government funding, again, we've been trying to do for decades. Did the task force have recommendations on what we should do differently in order to get that sweet?
I think the first one is the one around the additional schools tax. That's easy. Approach the province on a 10-year deferral basis to grab some portion of that 700 million or not. That would be a good place to start. Staff is aware of that. I can't speak to their motivation of pre or post report or when they felt they needed support for this recommendation, but that's a first one. And then second would be the model in Quebec and Saskatchewan and draw the sales tax.
Yeah, I appreciated that. And the UBCM work has other recommendations too. I still wonder how the committee thinks that conversation would go, where we ask the senior levels of government to pay for more things that have been downloaded to us and also give us back money. I just imagine it's a short conversation that doesn't.
Well, there's a great opportunity in the next 2 years with provincial and federal elections for Mayor Sim to make as much noise and make their life as uncomfortable as possible around the issue.
For the record, that's not what I'm recommending in particular, but I'll let you speak there. I'll move on. There was a mention in the report of First Nations considerations, and I'm wondering if leaders from MST or actually leaders from the civic unions were included or reached out to at all in this work?
No, in constituting our advisory panel, what we tried to do is get people that could give us feedback about what none of us had ever done this before. So Wade Grant represented sort of the First Nations lens on our group. Joy McPhail represented the provincial political realities at the province, and she runs a Crown Corp. So Bridget Anderson gave us not only the business perspective, but her past.
I'm going to run out of time,
okay,
so maybe I can ask my own follow-up question on that, which is, how would you propose that more of those voices are included going forward in the context of the finance committee or implementation committee that you recommend, or in other ways?
I think it's up to the council to reach out to those communities. I think, frankly, as council and mayor have done a good job of engaging our First Nations communities, and we have examples in the city right now of that. And outside of with respect to the internal policies, I think there's some consultation that could go on there. Outside, there's actually a duty to consult, around rezoning and development. So.
Okay. My last question is, how do we ensure transparency of these decisions going forward? If they get sent to a smaller committee, that how do we make sure the public continues to get a chance to have a say?
Our hope is that this oversight committee, recommendation number 1, does that. Our biggest fear, I can't remember who mentioned it. There's all sorts of these reports that are on shelves.
Yeah.
In offices that don't get implemented. So our hope is that we can see the final page of our report recommendations followed up.
I'm sorry, we're way over time here.
Okay.
But thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, thank you for being so diligent in answering our questions, and for the work of you and your,
no problem.
Your fellow members of the team. So generating more income from the Property Endowment Fund, there's money and value. So the Property Endowment Fund can deliver value in terms of, need us like land for housing, which may not get us money. Did you at all talk about the kind of tension between that, like, achieving good rents from our buildings versus other kinds of outcomes?
We saw them inextricably attached, and whether that was the services delivered page in the budget,
Yeah.
or whether that was a commercial endeavor. Every dollar that was generated from renting a commercial space or partnering with someone on a particular asset was just an extra dollar to go to service delivery. And so we saw them inextricably linked in. And that's why, for me, that's the most exciting possibility for this council moving forward immediately.
There will be a tension. I mean, I know of a case in the False Creek Flats where land is used to store towed cars, but it could be used for much better recycling. So anyway, I'm sure the tension. High overtime, absenteeism was raised in the report. Did we talk at all about the fact that might be, or did you talk about the potential problem around vacancies? Like we just aren't filling positions, so there's overtime that's needed because we have a large number of employees, for example.
There was some inquiries early on around, I believe there were 57 or 5,800 FTEs. And the early conversations, I don't believe there was an issue other than the issue facing all of us in the private sector about recruiting talent. But I don't think there was a lot of unfulfilled or unfilled positions. So I don't think it was an issue around overtime, but that was back in September.
Okay, okay. Back to the Property Endowment Fund for a second. There's a commitment that we make as a council to maintain the value of the Property Endowment Fund. Was that acknowledged by your task force?
I'm not sure. There's a commitment to maintain the value?
Correct, that we don't go below a certain monetary value, assessed value.
I'm unaware of that. The team in Workstream 2 might have been. But I wasn't aware of it. I only saw one way that portfolio was going to go, and that was up. There's so much opportunity there.
Yeah. There's also a tension I'm sensing. You did talk about the University of British Columbia, UEL, as an example of utilizing land in an effective way. I know that some of us have met with students from UBC who have complained bitterly that the university, in the tension of money versus public good, is not committed to student housing hardly at all. 10% potentially, maybe, but it's not that level yet. Instead, it's going for stratus, which return revenue, which helps fund the university. So did you talk about that tension, the money versus the public good value?
Yeah, I think that's where we talked about that linkage between income and value. And literally, every dollar that fund dividend is increased is the opportunity for this council to decide on service delivery, because all of our expenditures go to that. And that's the frustrating part, but that's also the exciting opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, no, I'll leave the UBC part alone because I have some unique insight there, and I think they've balanced that well. There's always some improvements, but
Okay. Thank you. That's it. My question. Other questions were asked already. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
I'm good, Mayor. I'm trying to take myself.
Oh. Okay. I guess I have to see the chair. Oh. All right. Well, seeing no other questions here, I'd like to file the motion. So do I have to see the chair? Okay. Sorry, I skipped a step. I should have explained that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Sim. Are you, just to confirm, are you wanting to move a recommendation?
I'm moving a motion.
Okay.
But before we get there, I want to thank you, Randy. Thank you very much. And the entire team. I know how much of a heavy lift it is, and I know you got paid the big bucks to do it, let me tell you. So, no, but all joking aside, it's absolutely fabulous that we have people in our community who really give a damn about this city. And it was, across the political spectrum, a lot of groups were represented. It was not political, or at least there was balance, different lived experiences and views. And what was it, about 50 people working on this for a long time, and there was a lot of thought. And I just want to personally thank you on a very great, from a very grateful city. And we want to honor your work. I've been in situations where, I know this doesn't compare, but being a mentor, and the worst thing being a mentor is you have a mentee that doesn't do anything with what you know, the gift of time that you've shared. And so we value the gift of time and your knowledge. And I'd like to move the following motion so that we can get to the work
Sorry,
of
Mayor, can I just interrupt you a second, just procedurally? I know as you were handing that over and thanking, can we start the mayor's clock now when we actually, now we've completed thank you and now we're starting the amendment? And go ahead, Mayor Sim.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So I'd like to move the following motions that so we can get to work on the implementation of these recommendations and make sure that this report isn't left on the shelf to gather dust, as you kind of mentioned, alluded to. So I move that council receive the mayor's budget task force report for information and thank the task force members, which you've already done, but let's thank them again for their diligence and commitment to this vitally important matter. And this is a generational thing. This will live beyond this council, I'm sure. And so further, that council convene an implementation oversight committee, a type D advisory board, to facilitate the successful implementation of the recommendations outlined in the task force report, with terms of reference to be determined by council in coordination with the mayor's office and the city manager.
So we have a motion moved by Mayor Sim, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Any further comments, Mayor? Want to continue?
Councillor Boyle.
No, I said, just to confirm, do you have any further comments?
Oh, no.
About
Sorry.
the motion? Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Okay, so we now have a motion on the floor, and I have Councillor Boyle next on the queue.
Thanks. And maybe I'll just start by saying, like I said at the beginning of questions, there are certainly recommendations in this report that I have concerns about. There are other recommendations that I came into this meeting with concerns about just from the text of the report, and was reassured to hear some of the conversation, at least verbally, about that the focus wasn't selling non-core assets that we've heard so much concern in the public about. There are some recommendations that I too think are worth exploring. And I'd like to just move an amendment to the mayor's recommendations here.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, I'm just going to ask the clerks to move us to amendment queue. Go ahead.
Great. So thanks.
Maybe we can just let it be introduced first, and then we'll go for seconder.
The amendment just adds a couple pieces of language that I think are in the spirit of what I've heard, but that rather than council convening a committee that we don't know the terms of yet to facilitate implementation, I think I certainly am more comfortable saying that the direction is that we explore the recommendations we've heard through questions and discussion, that there remains gray area in a number of them, or at least public concerns that weren't outlined specifically in the report. And so to be directing the committee to explore the recommendations and then bringing implementation recommendations back to all of council. Again, I think it's in the spirit of the discussion I've heard, but that language will provide the public and some of us with the comfort that we're not just going full throttle into all of these without more discussion. And then secondly, adding language that the committee prioritized transparency. I know the structure of this report was such that the public didn't get a chance to sign up and speak, but that those recommendations should come back to public meetings. So as we are moving forward with implementation, there is more opportunity for ensuring that we're hearing from those diversity of voices that make up the city.
Okay, Councillor Carr, did you want to second that?
Second.
Okay, I heard Councillor Carr earlier. I just wanted to do it in sequence, so we'll just go with that. And now we have, that's all, Councillor Boyle?
For now, yeah.
Okay, now Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the city manager, just a point of information, just in the context of the Second Amendment, is just, can you remind me that in the context of our charter, it mandates that certain items are handled in camera, and those are typically land, labor, legal matters, and that would, in the context of this motion, that we always deal with those things in camera generally, and that's mandated.
Through the chair, so yeah, the charter provides that certain matters must be dealt with in camera, and then it provides council with the option to deal with certain matters in camera. So within the categories you referenced, they fall on both sides of that. But yeah, typically things, any specific decisions around real estate assets, for example, would be dealt with in camera. That would be council's practice for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, appreciative of both the mayor's motion to move this forward and obviously thanking the task force and further explore it. But I really appreciate Councillor Boyle's amendment to this to ensure that this is done in a transparent manner, and that as much as possible, when we're bringing these recommendations to public meetings, we're ensuring opportunities for the public to be heard, because they didn't get a chance to speak to any of these recommendations. And I think that is the appropriate process to allow the public to speak to it. I mean, I have had concerns around how this finance committee in particular will work, because I do worry that if it's conducted in camera, it could be used in ways that would not be conducive to transparency and stuff. So I really appreciate this opportunity to be more accommodating and transparent with the process. So thank you to the mayor for the original recommendation here, but I think it really only works with Councillor Boyle's amendment, so I'll be supporting both as amended. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate, Councillor Boyle, your amendment to this motion, and I appreciate the original motion to bring it back to, that it would get implemented, but I really think the exploration is a good idea. There's many ideas here that I think could go in many different ways. So exploring is, I think, the right language here. But the recommendations, I believe, should be done in a public manner. Obviously, there may be some, as the city manager outlined, that would have to be in camera. That's fine. What can be in public should be in public, though. And that way, I think that particularly in something that is quite a major change in terms of the city, its operations, its budgets, having the public have as much view as is legally allowed and possible, I think is really critical. So I hope that people support this, because I think it helps make a better package.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to respond in terms of the second language there around public meetings. I absolutely understand that there are requirements in the charter that certain decisions be made in camera, and my suggestion here is that we make sure wherever possible there's a step before that. I think there is, and certainly would be, concern about the sort of high-level recommendations in this report, then immediately going into an in-camera decision and outcome without a kind of middle guidance. And so the example I'll use is around non-core assets, which we had a good discussion about here. But if the implementation committee were to decide to look at divesting of certain assets, I think it would be both useful and in the service of public trust and transparency that some clarity around how they're defining non-core assets come back publicly for public discussion before more specific sale item decisions, which might need to be in camera, get to that stage. So we're not going right from here to to those detailed in-camera pieces, but that there's a opportunity in between for that conversation and those specifics that weren't outlined in the report, but we know matter deeply in terms of governments, that some of that be public wherever possible. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I want through you, Chair, to ask a question to City Manager.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to confirm, Type D Advisory Committee, does Type D Advisory Committee report to Council directly?
Yeah, generally the Type D advisory committee, as I recall, and the clerk can correct me on this, is advisory to the mayor or to council. So it does not have any decision-making power.
Okay, so all those recommendations for implementations will be back to Council anyway?
Yes, that would be my understanding.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I'm not going to rule this amendment out of order. I'm going to support this amendment. But I want to make that very clear that, as what we heard from the city manager, it's actually already included in the Type D Advisory Committee. So I think some of the languages are not necessary, but I'm going to support this amendment. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. I'm going to make a comment myself, and that is that, honestly, I think, can I relinquish the chair? And I'm just going to ask, would that go to the Deputy of the Month, who I believe is Councillor Boyle? Yep. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, just a comment. I think that it's really important just to level set here in terms of what the amendment that the mayor put on the floor actually means and any distinctive difference that this amendment will make. We can pass this if it keeps everybody happy, but I heard some councillors wildly speculating in the media that we were selling off important assets to the city. We heard from the chair of the task force, that's not the case. We're not selling community centers and parks, and this committee would not be making any decisions. They don't have an ability. Council has to make the decisions, and we have very clear rules about what goes in camera and what goes to the public, and the transparency piece also, I think, is already there. So this doesn't change anything. I think it's performance theater, and I want to be really clear about that because I think that there's a lot of misinformation that's out there, and it's our job as a council to level set the information. So this materially makes no changes and no difference in my mind, based on my knowledge of procedure sitting in this role for 5 years. And so I want to be clear about that. If it makes people feel better, I'm happy to support it. It's not going to change anything. Thanks. And I will take the chair back and turn it to Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Just my sort of quick thoughts on this one. And thank you for the clarification that we heard with regards to matters that would be in camera and how this ultimately will come back to council, given the parameters of these advisory committees. I do think we are asking the public to take a leap of faith. We've invited volunteers, members of the public to come in and provide their perspective on the work that we do here at City Hall. But they're not elected. And ultimately, the decision comes down to what we choose here in this chamber in terms of taking action on the recommendations put forward by Randy and his task force members. So I do think that any kind of certainty that we can bring to members of the public in terms of making sure that they ultimately are the ones who get to see how these decisions are handled and put forward and in many cases implemented is an important part of this process. So with that in mind, I'll be supporting this language in the sense that I think it does add to an extra little bit of assurance for people who are watching this process. So I will be supporting this motion, and thank you, Councillor Boyle, for bringing this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr, you have the floor again.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to a comment that was made by you, actually, Councillor Kirby-Young, and that is in regard to, is this important? I think it is important to some of your fellow councillors to see this amendment to the amendment pass, in that it is very on the public record in terms of the and for the public assurance around the transparency of the work that is going to be conducted by this group. And when it comes to budgets and what might change, particularly around assets within the city, I think that the public has a right and to be heard on those issues and to be fully cognizant of what those decisions are. So from that point of view, I think it would be I'm hopeful that the support of this as council as a whole will send that message to the public that yes, you will be well informed of this process as it's being implemented.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. And that brings us back to the amended amendment, which we now have on the floor. Councillor Boyle, anything further?
Yes, just to say I appreciate council's support for those amendments. Well, some people may not think they make a difference, and maybe this would have been the outcome anyway. I do think they provide some reassurance to the public, and so appreciate that support. I will say I continue to have concerns about some of the recommendations, and like I said, I think there are others, worth exploring, and certainly recommendations that have been ongoing in terms of advocacy for new fiscal tools and senior government support that are worth continuing to engage on. So I will, with some caution, be supporting these recommendations and we'll be doing so knowing we will have a lot more opportunities to look at the specifics of each of these recommendations and have our voices heard and make sure those guideposts are in a place where hopefully the public is comfortable with. As was raised in questions, it's certainly my belief that what's considered core services for local governments has changed over decades, and that doesn't mean we should be letting senior governments off the hook, but nor does it mean that we can ignore those needs. The investments that we make in affordable housing and in childcare are good for residents. They're also good for local businesses and the economy. And there are investments that we make, whether it's in homelessness, or the drug poisoning crisis, that keep our residents alive, and without them, where we would see quite a few more fatalities of our residents, of our constituents, and also where our investments prevent us from escalating costs in other areas. And we see that the lack of investment overall in affordable housing and homelessness has led to, as one example, increased policing costs to attempt to manage that spillover. And so we choose how we spend that money. And in many cases, we can and should be spending it in more upstream investments rather than pointing at senior levels of government, but ending up footing the bill for the impacts of that underfunding. So there are some hard decisions to be made here for sure, but I will say, in my mind, the courageous decisions aren't about cutting these funds or privatizing services. The courageous decisions are about continuing to make wise investments in the whole health and safety of our residents, and supporting the strong public services the residents rely on now and will rely on into the future, including in climate mitigation and adaptation. And I could go on, but I won't in the spirit of getting to lunch. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And in that spirit, just remind councillors we had agreed to go till 1. So it's up to you. You have the right for the time. But if you want to be judicious, we might wrap this item. Moving to Councillor Carr.
Thank you, and I will be fast. I do appreciate the time, the thoughtfulness of the Mayor's Budget Task Force in coming forward with recommendations. Also, the professionalism of our staff in finance who have continually provided us with detailed budgets and advice around the operations of this city. I also very much appreciate Randy Pratt's emphasis that the contemplation about selling assets such as parklands, housing, etc., was not there on the table. So that clarity, I think, is really important for the public. And maybe the fiber optic network is not, that to me is not as much a concern as really our lands and housing. So many good suggestions. Equity and funding, obviously, this is, and there's really good data that was put into this report around that. Vancouver has been particularly shortchanged. And so I think that, as it says, I think it said in the report, we only get 1% of funding from senior governments versus an average of 10% for other cities. That's shocking to me. However, I've been on council for 4 terms, and us pursuing better funding from senior governments has been a constant effort. So I am hoping for a miracle. I think we can't count on the miracle. That's why we have to be, I think, judicious, but focused on making sure that we do fund the efforts that are needed to address the big public issues, the safety of people, the health of people, the health of our whole city, in terms of climate. So I'm looking forward to seeing what might be good results. I want to make sure that that we pay attention to actual outcomes that improve the health, the welfare of the people who live here, who work here, who invest here.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominetto.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll also start with echoing thanks to Randy and the entire task force for the work. It's greatly appreciated. I know you've been in the hot seat for several hours now. You're probably getting tired of standing there, but it is appreciated by the entire council. I just wanted to reflect that I've been disappointed by some of the fear-mongering that's been reflected in the media, by comments, by others around this report, because what this report reflects to me is a good governance. It's doing the hard work of governing, of saying, let's look under the hood. How can we do things better? How can we have a new set of eyes, fresh set of eyes on the complexity of financing and supporting a city and city services? And I think you heard universally around this council table that we all recognize the changing nature of the city, that we're not governing in 1900 or it's 2024. And so the challenges that we're facing today are different than they were 100 years ago, 200 years ago. So for me, this report is exactly what we need to be doing as a council and looking at. I really appreciated the considerations around municipal finance reform. I won't speak on that again, but that is a top of mind for many of us at both at the provincial and federal level. The reference to looking at technology, interestingly enough, we just had a briefing yesterday about AI and the potential that offers for supporting the work that we do and the services we deliver to citizens. The considerations around optimizing the PEF and our capital asset management, again, areas that are some of the biggest costs that municipalities bear is around the capital, whether it's the road maintenance, whether it's our community centers, rinks, and so on. And finally, the piece around strategic partnerships. I think, again, when you have wicked problems, you need to come up with creative ways to deal with them. And when I was chairing a nonprofit here in Vancouver, one of our key pillars was strategic partnerships, because nonprofits are always struggling to make ends meet to serve the most vulnerable people. So we said that's going to be a pillar of our planning, is that we're going to look for different partnerships. And they can be very positive. It can be with other levels of government. It can be with philanthropic organizations. But let's invite that participation so that we can deliver better services to the city. So deeply grateful for the work, lots of ideas to consider, and look forward to continuing this discussion with our council. And thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just in my closing remarks, just reiterating the fact that I'm extraordinarily supportive of everyone that participated in this process. There has been a lot of comments about some of the speculation and interpretations that have been put forward here, and that's our lot in politics. I would expect that we are going to have a lot of people trying to surmise what the actual goal here is, but I don't think there's anybody in this room right now, including all of my colleagues on City Council, that don't have the very best of intentions in terms of really trying to make sure that we can move our city forward. My biggest worry about any exercise like this is that these reports ultimately collect dust, and you mentioned that yourself, Randy. I've seen lots of city reports over the years that have collected dust, and that's something clearly we would like to try and prevent. We live in an incredible city, I think we'd all agree, and we have a first-class public service, and yet it confounds me how we are struggling with a $500 million infrastructure deficit. We have clear evidence that our facilities are aging, and then we have so much poverty on display in some of our communities. We have also so much evident wealth in this city as well, and the fact that we don't have any tools to try and take advantage of that, to make sure that people who are in need of additional support, that our city could be advanced by having the best in first-class facilities and well-maintained parks and excellent civic infrastructure. Seems to me that we need a pathway forward, and that this set of recommendations provide a window on what that future might look like. So I just, again, want to conclude by putting forward the assurance that, from my standpoint, this is an opportunity for us to be creative, be innovative in terms of how we actually fund the things that we need, the essential services that people have come to expect, and make Vancouver a much stronger example that in terms of having, again, great civic infrastructure, well-maintained services, and a public that is benefiting from all of that. So with that, I am very much looking forward to supporting these recommendations, and again, thank the committee for the work that they have done.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you, Randy, and to your entire team of volunteers for the work that's been put in on this and recognizing that it was a volunteer effort. I also want to acknowledge our own finance team, who many of this is a validation of a lot of the stuff that you've been telling us for as long as I've been on council. So I appreciate that confluence. I recognize that we have a lot of financial challenges, and certainly we need to, we're not alone in that. And I would like to see this certainly expanded upon, and looking at some other, case examples. There's pieces that I was not super comfortable with in here on the absenteeism. I would have liked to see a little bit more of the evidence to support that and a little bit more data. But again, this is just a report. It's not a recommendation, and that will be the work of council to follow through on taking some of this, running with it, exploring it, looking a little bit more in depth. I do want to just characterize, though. I mean, there's been a bit of characterization from some of my colleagues that some of the comments about privatization or selling off, divesting, were hyperbolic. I mean, it's a pretty unambiguous statement here, and I'm just going to read it one more time, because this is what we're responding to: is identify underutilized assets, whether core or non-core, then sell, redevelop, or modify them, ensuring they bring city maximum benefit. That's a very unambiguous statement. I don't think it's hyperbolic for us to reflect that that is an area of concern. And certainly, appreciate the rationale behind it and the follow-up explanation, but that is what's in the report. That is what we've been responding to when asked by the media. But again, recognizing this is just a report, it's not a recommendation, and we can take it and run with it, and we will. And on that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. Can I ask to extend this meeting past 1 to finish this item?
Actually, Councillor Joe, that will require us rescinding the vote first. So we have 7 minutes. We can try to do it if councillors are willing, but if people think they're going to take longer, then we will have to move to rescind this vote.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. Okay. Again, I don't need to repeat all the appreciation to the task force, to the city staff. So I think, of course, improving the financial accountability for the city's budget cannot happen overnight. The 17 recommendations provide a very good foundation work for future implementation. And of course, this report alone does not solve the pricing financial challenges facing by the city, but it is important and a necessary first step towards the ultimate goal and to ensure long-term sustainability and the prosperity of our city. It is a strategic blueprint to secure Vancouver's economic viability, affordability, and essential service for the both current and future generations. Out of these 17 recommendations, I'm particularly interested in the 8 recommendations under Section 2, operate with excellence, including the recommendations like reinforce priority through the performance indicator and the continuous improvement programs. So I still think this is our big bang for the bucks. I mentioned an optimization project in the internal meetings multiple times. I'm going to mention that again in this council meeting. That was the first case study I learned in my master program. In 2004, 20 years ago, Waste Management in the United States, the Garbage Collection Corporation, they took advantage of their GPS data to build a mathematic optimization model. It is called Traveling Salesperson's Heuristic Algorithm. Through the model, computer generates the optimal solutions for their routing for garbage collection. Also take into considerations of operational constraints. Guess what? Without adding new stuff, without adding new vehicles or infrastructures, just by changing the routing of the garbage trucks, it generates 984 fewer routes, and it saves 44 million US dollars per year. And that number was 20 years ago. That was the power of operations transformation. And that's the evidence-based decision-making we've been talking about for years. And we don't need to even reinvent the wheel. The methodology is just right there. It will open a whole new perspective on how we operate the city. So again, I want to thank everyone and thanks for the city staff. And this recommendation serves a valuable guide for City of Vancouver and Vancouver City Council to move Vancouver towards a more sustainable and prosperous future. Looking forward to working with everyone to implement these recommendations. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Since we're down to the wire and just to be safe, I'm going to ask for if somebody can move a motion to rescind the previous vote and then subsequently after that one to extend to only to 1 o'clock and then we'll ask for a second recommendation to extend to complete this vote. So Councillor Joe is moving to rescind the previous vote.
Second that.
Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor?
Aye.
Seeing none opposed. Now can I have a motion if somebody would like to move to extend to complete this vote?
Move to extend to complete the item.
Councillor Meisner, seconded Councillor Joe. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner, you have the floor.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Randy, I mean, we've said, expressed a lot of gratitude today, and I just want to repeat that now that we've got a few more minutes. I know this was just an incredible amount of work, and I also really appreciate that this was a really balanced report with input from across the political spectrum, and I think that's reflected in the advisory board that you put together and all the volunteers that worked on this. So thanks so much for that, and incredible that this was done by volunteers. I think that residents deserve to have representatives here at City Hall who are fiscally responsible, and a city government that's focused and clear about its role and mandate. And I think that this report is going to take us in that direction. We heard earlier that City of Vancouver spends $150 million on non-core services each year, plus $230 million in capital on non-core services. So that is just a massive, massive amount of money. And I think we have a responsibility here to at least get a sense of where that money is going and how these public funds can be better utilized and the value maximized in terms of the services we're delivering here in Vancouver. So I just want to be clear that I don't think anyone on council, regardless of their political affiliation, thinks that we should stop funding these non-core services tomorrow and leave people in the lurch. And I certainly don't believe we should be doing that. But we need to have the firepower to redouble our advocacy efforts to bring senior governments back to the table in many of these areas that the city has stepped in. If we keep stepping into these areas and we don't change our approach, they're never going to come back to the table. So this report is going to help us with our advocacy efforts as we transition to senior government funding for many of these areas that the city is currently picking up, many of these non-core services areas. So this report is long overdue, as I mentioned, and the responsible thing to do. And I really look forward to the work that comes out of the committee struck by the mayor and moving Vancouver forward and just operating our city in a fiscally responsible manner that the citizens of Vancouver expect us to do. So thanks again for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. You spoke very quickly. Can I relinquish the chair to Councillor Boyle? Thank you. I'm just going to provide a couple of brief comments and again to reiterate the thank you to the task force. I do want to reiterate that I am not happy that we have the challenges in front of us, but I am really happy that we're having the conversation in a very honest and clear way about the nature of the challenges that we have in front of us. The fact that we have a $500 million annual infrastructure deficit, that was daylighted from a motion I brought forward last term. It's a really important conversation. And I was struck by the task force chair's comments. That's not something that citizens are very familiar with. And so transparency has been a conversation around this table today. And I think it's really important that citizens know what we're grappling with. I want to make two other points. One, that there's nothing nefarious in this exercise. This is actually good governance in terms of, again, being very transparent about what the challenges and the issues are that we are facing and looking for new and innovative ways to tackle them. The third point I want to make is that to the comments earlier that, you know, and some that I heard in the media, there is nothing new in this thing. We've heard some of this before, maybe some of it, but we haven't seen the level of action. And the challenges have continued to grow in significance and severity. We now have, as I mentioned, the $500 million infrastructure deficit. We have depleted reserves. We have increasing property taxes. We have a lot of expectations. And we have a lot of new residents coming into our city, in a densifying city, who deserve and should expect quality amenities. So we have to figure out how we can do that. So I think that what has been missing, that I think there's some new pieces and some very insightful pieces here. There's some affirmation of some previous themes, yes, that were older, but what we haven't seen, I think, is bold action on actually delivering on some of these things. And I think that's the difference here, is that we actually have the ability to move forward and make some strong moves towards trying to close some of the gaps. So those are my comments, and I will take the chair back now. And I would like to, seeing no one else on the queue, we will now move to the vote. Okay, so pleased to advise that that passes unanimously with none in opposition. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to staff for their support for that work as well. We are now recessed, and we will reconvene at 4 p.m. After in camera to complete the last items on the agenda. Thank you.
We have officially started and we have quorum. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, it's mood lighting in here. Okay. So the next item is bylaws. So we have 13 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 13? Yes, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion? Great. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. The list of the approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? A reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date of the standing committee meeting via email to the city clerk. And I do not see anyone. Which queue are we on? I am totally, there's nothing on my screen. I believe you. It's just there's nothing here. It is very weird. Okay, well, why don't we just make an assumption that Councillor oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Gremlin's here. It's a new year. Okay, Councillor Fry. Sorry, let me restart your timer. You know what? I'll add 5 seconds after.
Oh, you know what? And I don't even need that much time, but thank you, Mayor. Notice on motion for February 7th committee meeting, housing is healthcare.
Thank you very much.
February 7th.
Great. Thank you. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm giving a notice of motion for the February 28th council or standing committee meeting entitled Recertifying Vancouver as a Living Wage Employer.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Are there any gremlins in the system that we've missed? Nope. Okay, seeing none. New business. So we have one item of new business on the agenda today, and that is requests for leaves of absences as follows. So for myself, for civic business reasons, from meetings on January the 24th from 2 to 5 p.m. Oh, we got it. Oh, wow, there's great. And February 1st from 5 p.m. onwards. So did I say February 1st? Great. And then today for civic business from 6 to 7:30 p.m. For Councillor Bly for civic business from meetings on February the 7th, 2024 from 9:30 a.m. to 12 noon. For Councillor Kirby Young for civic business from meetings on January the 24th, 2024 from 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. For Councillor Dominato for civic business from meetings on January the 24th, 2024 from 2 to 4 p.m. For Councillor Dominato for personal reasons from meetings on January the 24th, 2024 from 5 p.m. onwards. For Councillor Klassen for civic business on January the 24th from 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then for Councillor Meisner for civic business, I believe that's today from 6 to 10 p.m. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yay. Okay, all those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any other items of new business? And Councillor Dominato, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll put this in writing. Sorry, I had anticipated some other LOAs were submitted for today's meeting, so I will move them myself. One was for Tuesday, February 6th, an LOA for all day for personal reasons. And for February 7th, an LOA from 4:30 p.m. onwards for personal reasons. And sorry, I'm just scanning my calendar because I thought these had been submitted. I'll leave it at that. I'll send them in by email. So I'll move those two. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then for myself, do I have to see the chair on this one? I don't, do I? No, great. Thank you. A couple of more leaves of absences on February the 6th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. for civic business, and for February the 7th from 4 p.m. onwards for civic business. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. This is a inquiry. I don't know if we need first to vote on these additional LOAs.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. So, sorry. So I moved a motion. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Blythe, thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, great, that passes. And sorry, did we pass yours? I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Great. So Councillor Boyle seconded. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. It carries. And sorry, point of procedure. Do we have to go through mine again, or are we good? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Fry.
Are we doing inquiries now, or?
No, we're still in new business. Inquiries will be next, so you still have time. I'll just leave you on the queue.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to stop the timer. Okay, great. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, inquiries and other matters. Council, are there inquiries or other matters? Councillor Fry, you're there.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. You know, I guess through you to the city manager, just reflecting on the incident this weekend with the refinery fire in Burnaby, gave me and my household a little PTSD around the container fire that we had in the port, I guess in 2015, and the big cloud of smoke that descended over the neighborhood and was quite noxious as well. And my wife actually threw up from the fire the other day because it was pretty dense in Strathcona. And I'm just curious where our protocols kick in, and has there been any real sort of development of an emergency protocol for events of that nature? I know there wasn't much during the container fire in 2015. I think we had police officers driving around with loud hailers trying to tell people to close their windows because there wasn't a warning system. I'm curious if we've had conversations of that nature, appreciating Burnaby is outside of our jurisdiction, but obviously smoke is smoke and toxic fumes are part of that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Fry. Yeah, we're certainly doing a review of that incident. I think we were certainly at a loss for information as to what actually was happening in Burnaby, which was a big part of the challenge. It took quite a while for our first responders in particular and the organization in general to actually understand what was happening in Burnaby. My current understanding is that it wasn't actually a fire. There was a processing problem at the refinery. But Burnaby Fire did not actually intervene in that. But clearly lots of questions about actually what happened there and the communication, and clearly some significant gaps and concerns that we have. So, you know, we've done a lot of work around incidents that happen within our jurisdiction, but this is obviously one that happened outside, and the protocols for communication across the region are a significant concern. I think as well as with Metro, who has responsibility for air quality, it took several hours to get kind of clarity as to what Metro's engagement would be and the results of that. So it's a great question. We're digging into that, and I'm happy to follow up with council once we have kind of more of an assessment and any lessons learned.
Thanks, Paul. And I would like to also just thank and commend Chief Fry, no relation, on a really proactive approach and being one of the first out the gate to actually issue warnings on social media and really add that clarity. I think it was appreciated and noted by a lot of people. So.
Yeah, thanks. Pass that along, Councillor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just one inquiry, actually. Just wondering, I'll leave it to you, Chair, if this is a question to your office or the city manager, but Council approved a motion in the fall on improving safety through automated speed enforcement, and one of the actionable items in the motion was a letter written to the province, and my memory is the staff comments on the motion said that staff would be happy to draft that letter. So I'm just wondering if it has been written and sent, and if so, if Council can get copies, and if not, if it can be written, and if Council can get copies when it is.
I don't want to jump in on the mayor. I don't have an answer to that, Councillor, but happy to look into it and provide an update on where we're at.
That would be great. Thanks. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yes, hi. Also have a question to the city manager, and arose for me out of an item that was circulated, and I thank her for it, by Councillor Bly, regarding the Growing Canada's Community Canopies initiative. And I'm just wondering, city manager, if we are, given our interest in growing our canopy, are we pursuing that funding?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking at, in terms of tree planting, we are looking at every possible funding option. As you know, we've got lots of pressures around our trees. So yes, we'll be able to give council an update on where we're at with that. But for sure, if there are potential funding avenues for that particular program, we will be exploring them.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, and other matters, I just wanted to take the opportunity, now that we've come through the most recent cold snap, to just thank all the city workers and city staff from engineering and other teams that are rallied to deploy for the snow response. And it was a really, I think, comprehensive response this year. We got great updates from the city manager and team around the ongoing efforts for ahead of monitoring the weather, for the salting and brining trucks to be out, city comms and communications putting out updates for residents, keeping garbage collection moving, sort of an essential service during that as well. And so I just wanted to thank everybody. I heard some positive comments from residents and others that noted the city of Vancouver, and I know doing that work. And I know that a couple of years ago, last term, we updated the snow protocol, and I think there've been ongoing efforts in terms of recognizing we're having some extreme snow events and trying to be as ready as we can when we're dealing with conditions. It was certainly felt across the region, but I did hear that positive feedback in terms of Vancouver's response, and I just wanted to thank all the teams that were involved in doing that. Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I was just going to add to Councillor Fry's inquiry, noting many of us noted the odor on Sunday and the incident regarding the refinery, is that I've also been in touch with Chair Harvey and our CAO at Metro Vancouver regarding the response, and because there were some queries about information flow, and I know that they're looking at that, and the chair did ask that an advisory go out to the public, and I just wanted to note that there is some follow-up as well with respect to procedures and communication in that matter.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Just thanks very quickly, just to build upon Councillor Kirby-Young's comments. I just wanted to add a mention for our outreach teams that worked diligently through the cold snap. This is unprecedented, as we know. It's kind of record-setting cold through the city, and the fact that the province and the city were able to enable far more shelter and warming center spaces. I think the most that we've ever opened in response to the most recent cold snap, and a lot of work to try and support vulnerable populations during that time. So again, I know an enormous amount of work went on behind the scenes, and I really appreciated getting regular updates from staff on that work. So just adding to that, that one component of a very important component of our staff work that took place during the cold snap. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm just going to check the other queue just in case. No, we're good. Okay, adjournment. May we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.